The Astronomicon flickered. For 10,000 years, the great beacon had burned without cease, a pillar of psychic fire guiding humanity's ships through the howling madness of the warp. Across 1,000,000 worlds, navigators felt the tremor. In the depths of the Imperial Palace on Terra, 10,000 psychers screamed as one, their souls burning brighter to compensate for something that should not be possible. Its radiance faltered. Its radiance faltered. In the observation sanctum of the Adeptus Mechanicus orbital station, Vigilance Eternal Magos. Dominus Charon's 17 cybernetic eyes dilated in unison. Data streams flooded his cortex implants, impossible readings, violations of established physical law. The noospheric network buzzed with panicked binary cant. Warp anomaly detected. Coordinates Terra Orbital Zone 773. Energy signature classification unknown. Repeat, unknown. The word hung in the sterile air like a curse. In the Imperium of man, unknown was synonymous with death. Charon's mechadendrites twitched as he magnified the visual feed. Something was falling from the immaterium, not crawling through a rift, not tearing reality open like the demons of chaos, simply falling, as if the barrier between dimensions had become glass and shattered beneath its weight. The object blazed crimson and violet colors that should not exist together in nature. It left no corruption in its wake, no screaming faces in the warp surface, no whispers of the dark gods. Just silence. Cold, absolute silence that somehow felt louder than any demon's shriek. Alert status extremis. Charon transmitted across all Imperial channels. Deploy rapid response. Authorization Omega 998. But even as servo skulls screeched their warnings and klaxons wailed across the hive spires, Charon felt something he had not experienced since his flesh was weak fear. Not of chaos, not of Xenos, but of something that existed outside the binary of the Imperium's understanding. The thing the anomaly descended toward Terra like a falling star dipped in blood. Hive Palatina's lower districts had never seen the sky. 40 miles of rockcrete plasteel and human misery separated the laborers from the poisoned heavens above. They lived in perpetual twilight beneath the weight of 1 billion souls stacked in vertical sprawl, praying to a god corpse they would never see. When the ceiling exploded, they thought it was Judgment Day. The impact carved through 17 hive levels in 3 seconds. Ferrocrete vaporized. Hab blocks collapsed into clouds of atomized stone. The shockwave killed thousands before they could scream. In the epicenter, where a market square had stood moments before, a crater glowed with light the color of dying suns. And in that light, something moved. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was golden light, vast and distant, emanating from somewhere beyond the shattered towers. A beacon, a throne, a prison of faith made manifest. He could feel it pressing against his consciousness, like a tidal wave of desperate prayer, billions of voices crying out to a silent God. His Rinnegan pulsed, reading the flows of energy around him. Not chakra. Something crude or raw, born from emotion and suffering, channeled through tortured souls. He recognized it immediately. Another infinite Tsukuyomi. But they call it faith. Madara rose from the crater, his black hair stirring in winds that carried the scent of burning promethium and human ash. His body was intact. The journey through whatever that void had been left no mark. The purple-red aura of his chakra dissipated slowly, reality reasserting itself around him like a wound closing. Around the crater's edge, survivors stumbled from the rubble. They stared at him not with hope, but with the hollow-eyed terror of those who knew their masters would punish them for witnessing the impossible. Madara surveyed the devastation. Towers that scraped the artificial ski. Technology that mimicked advancement while enslaving its makers. Prayers etched in languages he did not know yet understood perfectly. The Emperor protects. In his name, we endure. Endure. Madara whispered, his voice carrying across the silence. Not live, not thrive, endure. He had seen this before, in Konoha, in his own reflection. A world built on sacrifice where peace was another word for stagnation, where hope died so order could reign. "So this is what becomes of those who choose control over freedom," he said to no one. "A golden cage for dying souls." The sound of engines shattered the moment. They came from the Upper Hive's Imperial Guard, 200 strong, led by Captain Harik Veyron of the 447th Palatine Regiment. Chimera transports screeched to a halt around the crater's perimeter, and soldiers poured out with practiced efficiency. Las guns raised, heavy weapons teams setting up firing positions. Commissar Drelk already drawing his bolt pistol, eyes scanning for cowards. Veyron had survived 20 years of service. Orcs on Armageddon, Tyrannid swarms on Griffon. He knew Xenos when he saw them, and he knew heretics when he smelled them. But this thing standing in the crater defied categorization. It looked human. Pale skin, black hair, simple robes that should have been incinerated. But its eyes, Emperor, preserve him those eyes. Concentric rings of purple and red patterns that seemed to rotate even when the face remained still. Looking into them felt like staring into a warp rift. "Unknown entity," Veyron's vox-amplified voice boomed across the crater. "By order of the God Emperor of mankind, identify yourself or be purged." The man, if it was a man, turned slowly. His gaze swept across the assembled guardsmen with the casual indifference of a predator counting sheep. "I am no one you would understand." Madara said, his voice quiet but somehow audible over the idling engines. "And your emperor is already dead." The words were not spoken with malice. They were stated as simple fact, and somehow that made them worse. "Heresy." Commissar Drelk raised his bolt pistol. "Purge the fire," Veyron roared. Las fire lit the crater like a crimson sunrise. 200 las guns opened up simultaneously, a wall of coherent light that could cut through armor plating. Heavy bolters joined the barrage, mass reactive rounds churning the air into a maelstrom of explosive death. Madara did not move, did not raise a hand, did not even blink. He simply whispered one word, Shinra Tensei. Reality pushed, not exploded, not shattered. Pushed as if an invisible hand the size of a hive level had swatted the attacking force aside like insects. Las bolts reversed mid-flight. Bolter rounds crumpled against an unseen barrier. Chimeras flipped end over end, metal screaming as it compressed. Guardsmen flew backward, bones snapping, bodies ragdolling through the air. The shockwave hit with the force of an orbital strike, and for 3 heartbeats sound itself ceased to exist. When the dust settled, Captain Veyron lay 50 meters from where he had stood, half buried in rubble. His left arm was gone, not severed, just gone, molecular structure scattered by forces beyond comprehension. Blood pooled beneath him. His Vox was dead. His men were dead or dying. Through failing vision, he saw the man walking toward him. Not floating, not teleporting. Just walking as if nothing had happened, as if 200 of the Emperor's finest had not just tried to kill him. Madara stopped beside Veyron's broken form. He knelt, those terrible eyes studying the dying soldier with something that might have been curiosity. "What?" Veyron coughed blood. "What are you?" Madara was silent for a moment, as if considering the question. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of 10,000 regrets. A man who once believed in peace, who dreamed of a world without war, and when I opened my eyes, he gestured at the golden light in the distance. "I see you have already built the prison I imagined. You call it the Imperium. I called it the infinite Tsukuyomi." Veyron did not understand the words, but he understood the tone. The same tone he had heard in the voices of men who had seen too much, fought too long, believed too hard in something that betrayed them. The tone of a man who had lost his soul. "Your emperor sits on a throne of lies," Madara continued, rising. "Fed by the souls of innocents, worshipped by slaves who mistake chains for salvation. I know what he is, because once I wanted to be the same." He turned away, leaving Veyron to bleed out on the stones. "Tell them if you survive," Madara said without looking back. "Tell them the red moon has risen, and it will show them what peace truly costs." Veyron tried to respond, but darkness claimed him first. In the Data Cathedral of Mechanicus Station, Primus Magos Dominus Charon replayed the engagement footage for the 17th time. The combat lasted 4.7 seconds. 203 guardsmen neutralized. 0 projectiles made contact with target. Energy expenditure immeasurable. Warp corruption index 0. This is not possible, Charon transmitted to his subordinates. Psyker abilities require warp interaction. Xenos technology leaves residual signatures. This is neither. A junior Mago still bearing organic eyes made the sign of the Aquila. Perhaps it is a weapon from the dark age of technology, a lost STC. No, Charon's voice was flat. This is not human engineering, nor is it alien. It is other. He pulled up the final frame before contact, the entity's eyes magnified to fill the display. Those rings, those patterns, they seemed to rotate even in still imagery, an optical paradox that made his remaining organic neurons ache. Classification Anomaly 998 Madara, Charon declared. Threat level unknown, potential catastrophic. Recommendation? He paused, mechadendrites twitching. Inquisitorial intervention. Immediate. As the transmission burst toward the inquisitorial fortress, Charon watched the entity on screen. It was walking toward the imperial palace, toward the golden throne itself. And it was not hurrying. In the obsidian spire of the inquisitorial fortress, eternal vigilance, Inquisitor Seraphine Voss read the Mechanicus report with growing unease. Around her, hololith projectors painted the air with tactical data, casualty figures, energy readings, witness testimonies from those who would be mind-wiped within the hour. She was old, 300 years, rejuvenate treatments counting for 2/3 of that. She had hunted demons on Cadia. She had burned heretics on 100 worlds. She had stared into the eye of terror and not blinked. But this made her hands tremble. Not warp-based, she murmured, reading Charon's analysis. Not Xenos, not human. Then what? Her second interrogator, Castiel, cleared his throat. Perhaps a test, a weapon from Mars, an experiment gone. No, Voss's voice was iron. Mars would have warned us, and no human weapon speaks of peace in prisons. She turned to her communication servitor. Priority Alpha Omega, deploy Grey Knights. All available squads. Target Hive Palatina Grid 773. The servitor's jaw clicked. Acknowledged, Grey Knights mobilized. Estimated arrival 16 minutes. 16 minutes. Voss stared at the hololith image of the entity, black hair, pale skin eyes like dying stars. Custodes, Castiel asked quietly. On standby. If the Grey Knights fall. She did not finish the sentence. She didn't need to. Somewhere in the hive below, something that should not exist was walking toward humanity's holiest site, walking slowly, purposefully, as if it had all the time in eternity, and perhaps it did. In the depths of the warp, where time was a suggestion and space a joke, 4 ancient intelligences stirred. They did not yet know his name, but they felt him a blank space in their infinite hunger. A void where emotion should be a silence that screamed louder than any mortal soul. Something had entered their garden, something that was not theirs to claim, and for the first time in millennia, the Chaos Gods felt something they had long forgotten: uncertainty. Madara walked through the underworld of Terra, and with every step he recognized his own nightmare-made flesh. The lower hive stretched endlessly, a vertical prison of corroded metal and flesh, packed so tight that individual lives ceased to matter. 40 million souls crammed into 10 square kilometers, stacked upon each other like cargo in a ship's hold. They were born in darkness, labored in darkness, and died in darkness, never once glimpsing the poisoned sky above. And they called it civilization. He passed through factory districts where children no older than 6 operated grinding wheels, their small hands wrapped in bloody rags. Overseers with shock mauls prowled the assembly line, striking anyone who slowed. A girl collapsed from exhaustion. The overseer kicked her aside and dragged in a replacement from the waiting queue of orphans. No one protested. No one looked away from their work, just like the Academy Madara thought. We sent children to war and called it duty. In Konoha, he had justified it as necessary. Here, they didn't even bother with justification. Suffering was divine. The ecclesiarchy preached it from every street corner. Through pain, we prove our faith. Through sacrifice, we earn the emperor's love. Madara stopped before a shrine, one of thousands identical installations scattered throughout the hive. A golden aquila spread its wings above an altar stained with dried blood. Servitors knelt in perpetual prayer, their lobotomized minds reduced to single-function devotion, flesh fused with metal, eyes replaced by prayer scroll readers, mouths moving in silent liturgy forever and ever, world without end. One servitor turned its skull-mounted sensor toward him. Its jaw clicked mechanically, vocalizing a pre-recorded message. "The Emperor protects. Rejoice in your suffering." Madara's Rinnegan pulsed. He could see the servitor's former self faint traces of who it had been before the lobotomy. A man, a father. His crime questioning why his daughter had been taken to feed the Golden Throne's appetite for psychers. They had turned his doubt into a warning. "The Emperor protects," Madara repeated quietly, "by consuming everything you are." He continued walking. Behind him, the servitor returned to prayer. The crowd grew denser as he approached the Martyrs' Square, a public execution ground where heretics were burned to prove the faithful's devotion. Thousands had gathered, pressed shoulder to shoulder, their faces lit by torch fire and religious fervor. At the square's center, a wooden pyre rose 10 meters high. Chained to its summit was a child. She couldn't have been more than 10 years old. Her head had been shaved, her skin marked with purity seals that burned like acid against psychic flesh. Blood ran from her nose and ears, the telltale signs of an untrained psyker whose powers were eating her alive from the inside. She was screaming, not from the flames that had not yet been lit, but from the crushing weight of 10 billion souls pressing against her unshielded mind. Every prayer on Terra was a knife in her skull. Every thought of the God Emperor was a brand against her consciousness. She was drowning in faith. Madara stopped at the crowd's edge. His eyes, those terrible spiraling eyes, fixed on the scene with an intensity that made nearby civilians unconsciously step away. On a raised platform beside the pyre, a priest in crimson robes addressed the masses. His face was scarred with self-inflicted wounds, each cut a prayer to the Emperor. His augmetic voicecaster boomed across the square. "Behold the wages of mutation!" Priest Valdis raised his arms and the crowd roared approval. This abomination was born touched by the warp left. Unchecked, she would become a doorway for demons, a cancer in the Emperor's perfect order. The crowd chanted, "Burn the witch, burn the witch." But the Emperor is merciful. Valdis continued, "Through holy fire we cleanse her soul. Through righteous flame we return her to his light. Let the cleansing begin." Two Arbites, armored enforcers of imperial law, stepped forward with torches. Madara moved. He didn't run, didn't shout. He simply walked through the crowd and bodies parted before him like water before a ship's prow. Some primal instinct warned them, "Do not touch this man." "Stand aside, citizen." An Arbit blocked his path, shockmaul raised. "This is sanctioned imperial justice. Return to..." Madara's eyes met his. The Arbit's words died in his throat. His pupils dilated. His hands began to shake. In that single moment of eye contact, he saw himself. Saw every life he'd taken, every child he'd dragged screaming to execution, every mercy he'd denied in the Emperor's name. And he saw himself burning. Burning for eternity in fires that never consumed agony, that never ended payment for sins he'd called righteousness. The Arbite had dropped his maul and fell to his knees, weeping. Madara walked past him. "Heretic!" Priest Valdis pointed at Madara with a mechanized finger that terminated in a burning brand. "Seize him, he interferes with holy work." 12 Arbites converged on Madara shockmauls, crackling with electricity. The crowd backed away, eager for violence they wouldn't have to commit themselves. Madara stopped at the pyre's base. He looked up at the child who had ceased screaming. She stared down at him with eyes that glowed faintly purple, her psychic sight piercing through the material world to see what he truly was. "Are you?" Her voice was hoarse from screaming. "Are you an angel?" Madara's expression didn't change. "No, angels don't exist, only those who pretend to be gods." "Enough!" Valdis roared. "Arbites, take him!" They lunged. 12 armored enforcers trained to break riots and crush dissent descended on a single unarmed man. Madara raised one hand. His Sharingan spun. "Be still!" The RBTs froze mid-charge, their bodies locked in place muscles refusing to obey. In their minds, they each experienced their own personal hell visions of their worst fears, their deepest shames, their most secret sins given form and teeth. One by one, they collapsed, trapped in nightmares from which they might never wake. The crowd gasped, murmured, stepped back further. Madara approached the pyre. Flames had already begun to spread up the kindling. He could feel their heat, hear their hunger. The child whimpered as smoke began to curl around her feet. He extended his hand. Purple-red chakra materialized, not visible to most, but the child saw it clearly. It wrapped around her like armor, like mercy, like something these people had forgotten how to give. The chains shattered. Madara pulled the child from the pyre in one smooth motion. Fire licked at his robes but found no purchase. Reality itself seemed reluctant to harm him. He set the girl on her feet. She looked up at him, terrified and awed in equal measure. "Run," he said quietly, "before they recover." But where? Anywhere. Die free rather than burn for their comfort. Before she could respond, the square exploded with light. Reinforcements had arrived, 200 Arbites, full riot gear, armed with suppression shields and neural whips. Behind them rolled an armored transport mounting twin heavy stubbers. This was no longer an execution, it was a military operation. Valdis's voice screeched through voxcasters. "The heretic has revealed himself. Purge him in the Emperor's name." The transport's guns opened fire. Heavy stubber rounds, each one capable of punching through ceramite, roared across the square in a hail of death. Madara didn't move, didn't flinch. He simply was. The bullets stopped. 2 meters from his body, they hung suspended in air, spinning uselessly against an invisible barrier. Then, one by one, they fell to the ground like rain. "You would burn a child," Madara said. His voice was not loud, but somehow it carried across the entire square. "You would call slavery faith. You would mistake chains for salvation." His chakra flared. The air around him distorted heat shimmer, without heat pressure, without force. "I have seen this before." His Rinnegan blazed like dying stars. "I created this before, and I will not watch it again." He spoke a single word. Susanoo. Reality screamed. The manifestation erupted from Madara's body like a birth, purple-red energy coalescing into form, into structure, into something that was and should not be. Ribcage, first each bone the size of a loading crane, then muscle spectral and terrible, then armor angular and ancient-styled in ways that predated human civilization. In 3 seconds, a 30-meter titan stood in the martyr's square. The child, still clutching Madara's robe, found herself at the center of the construct, protected by layers of impossible geometry. She looked up and saw a god made of will. Madara stood within its core arms, crossed expression unchanged. Outside, the Arbites opened fire with everything they had. Stubber rounds, flamers, crack grenades. The armored transport's turret swiveled, targeting servos, screaming, and unleashed a full magazine of explosive shells. Every round disintegrated against Susanoo's ribcage. Fire washed over it like water over stone. Grenades exploded into nothingness. The Titan didn't even waver. Madara raised one hand. Susanoo mimicked the gesture, its spectral arms sweeping across the square in a single, almost lazy motion. The shockwave hit like a physical wall. Arbites flew backward, their armor crumpling. The transport flipped end over end, guns falling silent. Buildings cracked, stone shattered, metal shrieked, but no one died. Madara had pulled his strike, restrained the force to incapacitate rather than annihilate. The Arbites lay groaning, broken, but breathing. The transport was scrap, but its crew crawled from the wreckage. Priest Valdus, cowering behind his platform, stared up at the Titan with eyes wide with terror and recognition. He had read the old texts, the forbidden lore, descriptions of the false Primarchs. The chaos touched the warp spawn that wore human faces. "What?" His voice cracked. "What are you?" Madara's voice echoed from within Suzanu's core, multiplied by the construct's resonance. "A man who once believed your lie, that peace requires sacrifice, that the many must suffer for the few, that if we build a high enough throne and place a god upon it, we can escape the cycle of suffering." The Titan's head turned to look directly at Valdus. "But I learned the truth. There is no throne high enough, no god powerful enough, no dream pure enough to justify what you have built here." Susanu began to dissolve purple energy, dissipating like mist. In seconds, only Madara remained standing in a square filled with debris and broken bodies. The child still clung to his robe. He knelt beside her. "What's your name?" Arya," she whispered. "Arya." He placed a hand on her forehead. She flinched, but his touch was gentle, the first gentle thing she'd felt in months. "You are not an abomination. You are what happens when the universe speaks through human flesh. They fear you because they cannot control you." Her psychic presence flared uncontrolled, reaching out, and touched his mind. The Astronomicon was not light. It was a scream made visible. Through Arya's unshielded psychic senses, Madara felt it fully for the first time, the great beacon that had flickered at his arrival. 10,000 psychers chained to the golden throne, burning alive every moment of every day. Their souls consumed like fuel to power a lighthouse through hell. And beneath it, colder, deeper, more terrible than any void, he felt him. The Emperor of mankind. Not a god. A corpse, a dying will clinging to a throne of lies, sustained by the torment of innocence, worshipped by an empire built on blood and branded with faith. A mind vast enough to hold an entire species' hope, and hollow enough to devour it without pause. Madara saw the truth of it in an instant. This was not salvation. This was the infinite Tsukuyomi made real, a dream of peace that required eternal nightmare to sustain. A paradise built on the backs of those who would never see it. A light that only shone because darkness was forced to burn, and the Emperor knew. Somewhere in that decaying consciousness, trapped between life and death for 10,000 years, he knew what he had become. But he did not stop, could not stop. The machinery of faith had grown too large, its momentum too great. To stop would be to let humanity die. To continue was to make them wish for death. It was the perfect trap, the ultimate expression of Madara's own philosophy: control everything, sacrifice everything, and call it love. Madara withdrew from the psychic link, gasping. For the first time in centuries, his hands shook. Arya collapsed unconscious from the effort. He caught her, cradled her small form. "He built a world where children burn so the light never fades," Madara whispered. "And you worship him for it." He laid Arya gently on the ground. She would wake in an hour, confused but alive. That was more mercy than the Imperium would have given her. Madara stood, looked up at the distant glow of the golden throne. "I understand now," he said to no one. To Hashirama's ghost. To the universe. To himself. "You were right, old friend. Control cannot bring peace, only death wearing the mask of order." He began walking toward the light. "I came here by accident, but now I see why." 2 kilometers away on a hive spire's skeletal roof, Brother Captain Kalis of the Grey Knights watched through his helmet's auger display. Around him, 9 Grey Knights in blessed Terminator plates stood motionless, their psychic hoods crackling with protective wards. Each one was a weapon against chaos itself, a warrior monk trained since childhood to face demons and win. They had fought on Armageddon. They had walked through the Eye of Terror. They feared nothing that crawled from the warp. But this? "Target status," Kalis commanded. "Anomaly 998 remains active." Brother Matthias reported, his voice strained. "Psychic signature null, warp corruption index 0, material threat level extreme." "He spared them," another Knight Brother Erasmus observed. Even the child, that construct, it could have annihilated the entire sector, but he pulled his blows. Irrelevant, Kalis replied coldly. Demons have been known to spare victims as psychological warfare, to breed doubt, to make us hesitate. He magnified the display, focusing on Madara's face. Those eyes, spiraling patterns that seemed to rotate even when frozen in image capture. They were wrong. Not warp-touched, his decades of experience would recognize corruption instantly. Not Xenos, no known alien species exhibited such features. Something else. Something older. Captain, Matthias said quietly, if he is not chaos-touched, if he is not demon, what if he is simply other? What if the Imperium's categories do not encompass him? Kalis was silent for a long moment. Around them, the wind howled through the hive's upper reaches, carrying the scent of promethium and prayers. Then, the captain finally said, we eliminate him before he becomes something we cannot define. Prepare blessed weaponry, sanctified ammunition, psych cannons charged with anti-demon rounds. When do we strike? Kalis watched Madara's figure disappear into the hive's labyrinth, moving toward the Sanctum Imperialis, toward the Golden Throne itself. We let him approach the throne room. There, in the Emperor's own sanctum, we will see what he truly is. If he is demon, the Emperor's presence will expose him. If he is Xenos, we will purge him. And if he is human, the Grey Knight's captain's voice dropped to barely a whisper. Then the Emperor forgive us for what we must do. His squad made the sign of the Aquila. In their hearts, each one prayed they would not have to kill something innocent. But in their training, they knew innocence was a luxury the Imperium could not afford. They began their descent, moving through the hive like shadows, tracking a target that walked openly toward humanity's most sacred place. Below, Madara moved through the darkness, and with every step he felt the weight of 11,000 years of suffering pressing down on this world. A civilization built on faith that demanded blood. A peace maintained by eternal war. A dream that had become mankind's longest nightmare. And at the center of it all, a dying god who could not release his grip on the species he had doomed to save. And so the man who had once dreamed of enslaving humanity to save it now walked toward the throne of the man who had succeeded. They came like silver lightning through the hive's darkness, 10 Grey Knights in blessed Terminator plate descending through 40 miles of industrial hell via sequential teleportarium strikes. Each materialization crackled with psychic discharge, leaving scorch marks on stone floors and the lingering scent of ozone. They moved with the precision of a scalpel cutting toward infection, fast, direct, ruthless. Brother Captain Kalis led from the front, his Stormbolter mag-locked to his thigh, his Nemesis Force Sword crackling with barely contained psychic lightning. Behind him, 9 warriors who had faced horrors that would shatter mortal minds followed in perfect formation. Each one was a weapon against chaos itself, forged in secret on Titan, trained from childhood to be incorruptible. They had never failed. Through his helmet's auger display, Kalis watched the anomaly's energy signature move steadily toward the Sanctum Imperialis. No evasion, no subterfuge. Just a straight line, as if the entity knew exactly where it was going and cared nothing for obstacles. Target maintains direct approach. Brother Matthias reported, his younger voice tight with something that might have been excitement or fear. Estimated contact in 4 minutes. Maintain litanies, Kalis commanded. Around him, his brothers recited the rites of banishment, their psychic hoods blazing with protective wards. The air shimmered with holy power, enough to drive lesser demons screaming back into the warp. But the anomaly's signature didn't waver, didn't even flicker. Kalis had served for 300 years. He had walked through the Eye of Terror. He had fought demon princes whose names could not be spoken. He knew the feel of warp corruption like a man knows his own heartbeat. This was not that. Captain, Brother Erasmus rumbled, his voice gravelly from centuries of service. What if it is not of the warp? Then, Kalis replied, his tone flat, we discover what else the universe has hidden from us, and we destroy it before it destroys the Imperium. They descended the final level. Before them, the Plaza of Martyrs opened a vast expanse of white marble, 2 kilometers across, leading to the gates of the inner sanctum. At the plaza's far end, adamantium doors rose 50 meters high, inscribed with prayers older than recorded history. And standing at the plaza's center, perfectly still, was the anomaly. Madara Uchiha waited. The Grey Knights materialized in a semicircle, cutting off Madara's approach to the gates. Storm bolters raised, Psy cannons charging with anti-demon rounds, nemesis weapons blazing with psychic fire. 10 warriors who had never known defeat arrayed against a single man in tattered robes. Madara turned slowly to face them. His Rinnegan, those spiraling purple eyes fixed on Kalis with the calm of someone who had fought this battle 1,000 times before. "You are different," Madara observed. "Not like the others. You believe." Kalis activated his external Vox voice, amplified to thunder across the plaza. "Entity designated Anomaly 998 by authority of the Ordo Malleus and the God Emperor of Mankind, you are commanded to submit for sanctification." Madara's expression didn't change. Sanctification. Is that what you call burning away doubt? You have demonstrated powers beyond mortal ken. You have violated imperial law. You have interfered with sacred rites. Kalis took one step forward, sword raised. "State your nature and origin or face purification." For a moment, Madara said nothing. He looked at each knight in turn as if reading something written in their silver armor. "My nature," he finally said, his voice quiet but carrying. "I am a man who believed control could bring peace. My origin, a world where children were sent to die for ideals they didn't understand." He paused. "You would know that world well." Matthias, young, idealistic, only 80 years in service, couldn't help himself. He speaks of the God Emperor's purpose with silence. Kalis cut him off. "Do not let it sow doubt." Madara's gaze shifted to Matthias. Something almost like sadness flickered across his face. "Doubt is not weakness," he said gently. "It is the only thing that keeps you human." The air itself seemed to tighten. Kalis felt his brother's psychic presence flare, anger, uncertainty, righteous fury. He gave the hand signal. "Engage." 3 storm bolters opened fire. Blessed ammunition, each round inscribed with prayers dipped in holy unguents, capable of tearing through demonic flesh, screamed across the plaza at supersonic velocity. 40 rounds per second, a wall of sanctified death. Madara's eyes spun faster. He moved. Not quickly, there was no blur of motion and no impossible speed. He simply wasn't where the bullets arrived. His body shifted with minimal displacement, each movement precisely calculated. Bolts cratered the marble behind him, exploding into shrapnel. Not one touched him. Brother Erasmus fired his Psy cannon, a weapon that channeled the wielder's psychic might into reality-warping blasts. The beam of silver-white energy could unmake demons, force them back into the Imperium, screaming. Madara whispered a single word, "Shinra Tensei." The beam stopped, hung in mid-air for one impossible second, then shattered like glass, dissipating into harmless light. "Impossible," Kalis breathed. "Psy cannon fire disrupts warp constructs. If he can deflect it..." "He's not using the warp," Matthias said, horror creeping into his voice. "Captain, his energy signature, it's coming from inside him. Not drawn from the Imperium. He's generating it himself." Kalis's mind raced. In 300 years, he had never encountered anything like this. Psychers drew power from the warp. Xynos used technology or biological adaptation. But this was something else entirely. "Close combat protocols," he commanded. "If ranged weapons fail, we purge him with blessed blades. For the Emperor, his squad roared back. 3 knights charged Erasmus, Matthias, and brother Thaddeus. Their nemesis force weapons blazed like stars, psychic lightning arcing along the blades. Each weapon was a holy relic capable of severing a demon's connection to the warp with a single strike. They reached Madara in perfect formation. 3 angles of attack, no escape vector. Madara didn't move. Purple-red energy erupted around him, not an explosion but a manifestation. Suzanu's ribcage materialized in an instant, each bone the size of a loading crane, spectral muscle weaving between them. The nemesis blade struck the barrier. The shockwave was titanic. Psychic lightning clashed with chakra-born defense reality, screaming at the contradiction. The three knights were hurled backward, armor-smoking, servos straining. The marble beneath Madara's feet cracked in a perfect circle, but Suzanu held. Blessed weapons disrupted nothing. Erasmus gasped, servos grinding as he rose. That barrier, it's not of the warp, but it's not physical either. What is he? Madara let Suzanu dissolve, the spectral bones fading like mist. Correct. My power comes from within, not from your sea of souls. You cannot purge what you do not understand. Then we destroy what we cannot purge, Erasmus snarled, charging again. This time, all 10 knights attacked simultaneously. A coordinated assault perfected over centuries, high and low angles, ranged and melee, psychic and physical. Storm bolters hammered from distance. Psy-cannons carved burning lines through the air. Nemesis weapons swept in killing arcs. Madara activated his limbo technique. For the knights, reality became madness. They struck at Madara's form blades, passing through him as if he were smoke. But something struck them, invisible impacts that dented blessed armor, sending warriors stumbling. Brother Thaddeus took a phantom blow to the chest and crashed to one knee, armor sparking. He's in two places at once, Matthias shouted, parrying an attack from empty air. No multiple dimensions simultaneously. Kaelus's mind reeled. This was beyond demon trickery, beyond Xeno's technology. This was something that violated the fundamental laws the Imperium understood. And if we cannot understand it, we cannot fight it. The realization struck him like a physical blow. Madara stood at the center of the chaos, untouched. His Sharingan tracked every attack. His limbo clone struck from the spaces between dimensions. And through it all, his expression remained calm, almost sad. Enough, Madara said. He made eye contact with Matthias. The world shattered into memory. Matthias, young by Grey Knight standards, only 80 years of service, found himself drowning in his own past. The genjutsu wasn't an attack, it was a revelation. In 0.3 seconds, Madara read his entire life, a child 4 years old screaming as black ships took him from his mother. Training on Titan, brutal, endless, brothers falling executed for failing trials. First mission, a possessed child begging for mercy. Orders purge with fire. He obeyed. 80 years of service, 80 years of killing, never questioning, never doubting, because to doubt would mean it was all meaningless. Madara withdrew from the connection. Matthias staggered, psychic wards flickering, tears streaming down his face inside his helmet. You are a child soldier, Madara said softly, speaking to Matthias but addressing all of them. Stolen from your family, told your suffering had purpose. And you believed it because to doubt would mean your sacrifices were meaningless. Witch! Kaelus roared, charging forward. You violate the sanctity of his mind. Madara's gaze swept across all 10 knights. I see all of you, every brother you lost, every innocent you killed because orders said they were tainted, every night you prayed the Emperor would tell you it was worth it. He pointed at the distant golden light emanating from the inner sanctum. And he never answered because he cannot, because he is as trapped as you are. Silence fell across the plaza. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Matthias fell to one knee, not from injury, but from the weight of understanding. Around him his brothers stood frozen, not by genjutsu, but by doubt. The most dangerous weapon of all. Kaelus felt something crack inside his faith. He crushed it ruthlessly. All units full assault, purge the heretic. Stormbolters roared. Psy-cannons screamed. Incinerators bathed the plaza in holy fire. Madara raised one hand toward the sky. Chibaku Tensei. A sphere of darkness appeared above the plaza, small at first, no larger than a fist. Then it began to grow, and as it grew it pulled. Gravity inverted. The plaza's marble floor cracked, chunks of stone lifting into the air. Servo skulls ripped from their flight paths, spiraling upward. Smaller debris rubble weapons purity seals all began orbiting the growing sphere. The Grey Knights mag-locked their boots, anchoring themselves to the buckling ground. But they could feel it, the inexorable pull, like a moon being born above them. The sphere grew to 10 meters, 20, 30. Madara stood at its center of gravity unmoved, one hand raised as if holding the weight of a world. "He's creating a gravitational singularity," Erasmus breathed. "If he releases it, the entire district will be crushed," Kalis finished. "Millions dead, the sanctum compromised." The sphere pulsed, grew larger, 40 meters now. Stone groaned, metal screamed. The knight's armor servos whined with strain, fighting against forces that could crumple tanks. And Madara maintained it with one hand barely concentrating. "I could bury you all," Madara said, his voice somehow audible over the roar of displaced air. "Collapse this entire district into a tomb, but I won't, because you are not my enemy." He looked directly at Kalis. "Your emperor is." Madara closed his hand. The sphere dissipated. Debris crashed down around the knight's tons of stone and metal, but none struck them. He had released it with surgical precision, ensuring no casualties. The plaza fell silent save for settling rubble. "Stand aside," Madara said, walking forward. "I did not come to Terra to fight children in silver armor." Kalis stood at a crossroads. His entire existence had been built on absolutes, demon or not demon, heretic or faithful, emperor's will or damnation. But this defied categorization. He could order another assault. They would fight. They would die. And the anomaly would continue toward the golden throne regardless. Or he could make a tactical decision that might damn his soul. "Knights," he said quietly. "Disengage. Fall back to secondary perimeter." "Captain." Erasmus's voice held shock. In 300 years, Kalis had never retreated. "We cannot stop him." Kalis said the words tasting like ash. "Not here. Not like this." Matthias, still kneeling, looked up. "What do we do?" Kalis watched Madara walk past them unhurried, heading toward the adamantium gates. "We let him reach the golden throne. There, in the Emperor's presence, his true nature will be revealed. If he is demon, the Emperor's light will destroy him. If he is Xenos, the custodes will purge him." He paused, the weight of centuries pressing down on him. "And if he is neither, then what we face is beyond our understanding, and we will need more than faith to stop it." The Grey Knights formed a defensive line but did not attack. Madara walked through their midst like a man passing through statues. His footsteps echoed across shattered marble. Kalis watched him go, a question burning in his mind that he dared not speak aloud. What if he's right? Madara stood before the gates of the inner sanctum. Adamantium 50 meters high, inscribed with 10,000 years of prayers. Behind them, he could feel it, the Emperor's presence. Vast, cold, dying. A will so immense it had bent an entire species to its purpose, now trapped in a decaying shell, fed by the souls of innocence. He placed his hand on the cold metal. The gates recognized something in him. Not sanctity, not damnation, something else. They began to open. Golden light spilled out, not warm but searing. The light of a star burning its last fuel. The light of a god who could not die and could not live. Madara walked forward into the light, leaving the Grey Knights behind. Brother Captain Kalis stood in the ruins of the plaza, his faith cracked like the marble beneath his feet. Around him, his brothers waited for orders that would not come. For 10,000 years, the Grey Knights had been humanity's shield against demons. But as they watched the stranger disappear into that golden light, they understood something that broke them more thoroughly than any daemon ever could. Some threats cannot be fought with blade and bolt. Some questions have no answer but revelation, and some doors once opened can never be closed again. The Plaza of Martyrs lay silent save for the wind through broken stone. Brother Captain Kalis stood amid the rubble, his blessed armor scorched but intact. Around him, 9 Grey Knights performed damage assessment with mechanical precision, but their movements carried a weight they had never known before. Doubt. Matthias knelt where he had fallen, hands trembling inside his gauntlets. The psychic backlash from Madara's genjutsu had left fractures in his mental wards. Not corruption, but questions. And for a Grey Knight, questions were more dangerous than demons. "Report," Kalis commanded, his Vox-amplified voice flat. "0 casualties," Brother Erasmus replied. 17 armor breaches non-critical, structural damage to plaza severe, enemy casualties 0. 0. The word hung in the air like an accusation. "He could have killed us," Matthias whispered. "He had the power, but he chose not to." "Silence," Kalis snapped, but there was no force behind it. Because Matthias was right. The entity Anomaly 998 had demonstrated overwhelming superiority and then walked away. Demons didn't show mercy, Xenos didn't philosophize, and humans with that much power didn't simply talk about doubt and walk through the Imperium's most sacred gates. Kalis activated his encrypted Vox channel. "Inquisitor Voss, Captain Kalis reporting. The entity has breached Inner Sanctum perimeter. We engaged. The words tasted like poison. "We failed, requesting Custodes' intervention and full strategic reassessment." Static hissed for 3 seconds. When Inquisitor Seraphine Voss responded, her voice carried the weight of 3 centuries. "Stand by, Captain. The Adeptus Mechanicus has requested audience. They claim to have insights regarding the anomaly." Kalis's jaw tightened. "What kind of insights?" "The kind that might explain why your blessed weapons were useless. Proceed to Inquisitorial Fortress Eternal Vigilance on Terra. Magos Dominus Karen will brief you personally." The channel cut. Kalis looked at his squad warriors who had never known defeat, now staring at their own hands, as if seeing them for the first time. "Move out," he said quietly. "We are not finished." But as they teleported away in flashes of silver light, each knight carried the same unspoken fear. What if we already are? In the Data Cathedral of Mechanicus Station, Primus Magos Dominus Charon experienced something his kind rarely felt: excitement. His 17 cybernetic eyes tracked dozens of hololithic displays simultaneously, each one showing a different angle of Madara's journey through Terra. Orbital footage, Guardsman helmet cam recordings, Grey Knight's battle data, Arya's psychic resonance patterns. Every scrap of information fed into his cognitive processing arrays, analyzed through algorithms older than the Imperium itself. And they all pointed to the same impossible conclusion. Anomaly 998 demonstrates reproducible energy manipulation across all recorded instances. Charon vocalized his voice, a blend of human larynx and Vox synthesizer. Hypothesis technology mimicking biology. Secondary hypothesis biology exceeding known limits. Around him, junior magi, those who still retained flesh eyes and unaugmented brains, studied the data with growing unease. Could it be STC? One asked. Lost technology from the Dark Age. Negative. Charon's mechadendrites twitched, pulling up comparison data. Dark Age technology bears human design philosophy, linear progression, logic gates. This, he magnified the energy signature from the Susanoo manifestation. This is organic, alive. It grows from within the subject's cellular structure but follows non-Terran biological architecture. The display shifted. Charon overlaid 3 images: Madara's energy network, a human nervous system, and a theoretical diagram of warp-based psychic power. Observe. Psyker draws power from immaterium, external source, unpredictable, corruptible. Subject 998 generates power internally through biological structures we cannot identify. Consistent output, reproducible effects, no warp contamination. Then what is he? Another Magos asked. Charon's optical lenses focused with audible clicks. Transdimensional biological anomaly, or... He paused, processing. Survivor from alternate evolutionary branch. Human baseline modified by unknown mechanism to generate energies we categorize as impossible. He pulled up the Rinnegan analysis mathematical spirals that repeated at quantum scales patterns that bent light and disrupted psychic scanners. Those eyes alone represent technology centuries beyond Imperium's capacity, yet they are biological, grown not built, evolved not engineered. Silence fell across the cathedral. Even for the Mechanicus who worshipped the machine god and sought knowledge above all this was unprecedented. Karen transmitted a priority request to the Inquisition. Require immediate strategic conference. Subject Anomaly 998. Recommendation diplomatic contact before military escalation. Entity demonstrates rational decision-making patterns. Hostility may be avoidable. Knowledge acquisition potential invaluable. He did not add what his calculations truly suggested, that the Imperium's entire understanding of power, reality, and human potential might be fundamentally incomplete. And for a Magos of the Adeptus Mechanicus, that possibility was more valuable than any weapon. The war room of Fortress Eternal Vigilance was built to survive orbital bombardment. Its walls were 3 meters of adamantium and blessed ceramite. Its defenses could repel demon princes. Its occupants were some of the most powerful humans in the Imperium. None of that stopped the tension from being suffocating. Inquisitor Seraphine Voss sat at the head of the obsidian table, her augmetic eye glowing faintly red as it processed tactical data. To her right, Magos Dominus Quran mechadendrites coiled like serpents, 17 eyes fixed on the hololithic display. To her left, Brother Captain Kaila, still in scorched armor, radiating barely suppressed fury. 2 other Inquisitors occupied the table. Balthus young by inquisitorial standards at only 150 years, his eyes gleaming with dangerous curiosity. And Drusilla, ancient and withered at 4 centuries old, her faith as unyielding as stone. The hololithic display showed Madara's path through Terra, a red line cutting straight toward the golden throne, like a knife through flesh. He has penetrated zones that should have killed him 3 times over. Voss said, her voice level. He resisted Grey Knights. He walked through wards that would drive demon princes screaming back to the warp. And he did it without corruption, without subterfuge, without hesitation. Then we deploy custodes. Drusilla rasped her voice like grinding stone. 10,000 of the Emperor's finest. If Grey Knights failed, we use the Imperial Palace's ultimate defense. And if they fail, Balthus leaned forward, his eyes bright. What then exterminatus on Terra itself? If necessary, sisters. Voss interrupted, her tone sharp. We did not convene to debate annihilation. Magos Quran claims he has an alternative. I want to hear it. All eyes turned to Quran. The Magos' optical lenses adjusted, focusing on each face in turn. Classification determines response protocol, Karen began. Demon Purge, Xenos Exterminate, Unknown Technology Study, Entity 998 does not conform to first 2 categories. Therefore, 3rd protocol applies. You want to study it? Kalis' voice was ice. After it violated every sacred precinct on Terra. Violation presumes hostile intent, Charon replied. Data suggests otherwise. Entity spared Grey Knights despite overwhelming tactical advantage, spared Child Psyker when elimination would have been operationally simpler, engaged in philosophical discourse rather than immediate violence. Behavioral pattern indicates rational actor, not existential threat. It questioned the Emperor's divinity. Drusilla slammed a withered hand on the table. That alone is grounds for execution. Many question divinity, Quran observed. We purge millions yearly for less. Yet this entity possesses power that could potentially eliminate corruption vectors in Imperium's psychic infrastructure. Warp-independent energy generation. If replicated. Heresy, Drusilla hissed. Survival. Balthus countered. The Imperium is dying, sister. Chaos advances. Xenos multiply. The Astronomicon weakens. If this entity represents a weapon against the warp itself, it represents nothing but damnation. Drusilla rose, her augmetic legs hissing. You would bargain with something that walks uninvited into the Emperor's presence, that tells our finest warriors their faith is meaningless. Enough. Voss's voice cut through the argument. She looked at Charon. Speak plainly, Magos. What do you propose? Charon's mechadendrites spread like a mechanical peacock displaying. Diplomatic contact. Determine intent before initiating terminal protocols. If entity proves hostile, custodes terminate with prejudice. If entity proves amenable, Imperium gains unprecedented strategic asset. Amenable, Kalis repeated, his voice flat. You want us to recruit something that may be a greater threat than any demon we have faced. I want to determine what it is before we destroy knowledge we cannot replicate. Karen's voice carried an edge that surprised even himself. Imperium has survived 10 millennia by adapting, by using tools others deem heretical. This entity is either a threat requiring extermination or an opportunity requiring exploitation. We cannot know which without investigation. Silence fell. Voss stared at the hololithic display at the red line leading inexorably toward the golden throne. I will authorize contact, she finally said, under strict protocols. Magos Charon, you will lead the delegation. Brother Captain Kalis and a minimal Grey Knight escort will accompany you. You will enter the inner sanctum. You will establish dialogue. And if the entity demonstrates hostile intent, she looked at Kalis. You will die purchasing time for custode deployment. Karen's mechadendrites twitched. Acceptable risk for knowledge acquisition. And if it kills us all? Kalis asked. Voss's augmetic eye flared. Then Terra burns before it reaches the throne, and the Imperium learns what it truly faces. The delegation entered the inner sanctum 1 hour later. Magos Charon led his 17 eyes, recording every detail. Behind him, Brother Captain Kalis brothers Matthias, Erasmus, and 2 others, the minimum Grey Knight presence Voss would permit. 3 servo skulls floated above them, transmitting encrypted battle data back to Inquisitorial Command. They walked through corridors that had not seen visitors in centuries. The walls were carved from single pieces of marble, inscribed with prayers in languages dead before the Imperium rose. Bones of saints lined alcoves, femurs of martyrs, skulls of heroes, fingers of those who had touched the Emperor before his ascension. The air grew colder with each step. The psychic pressure increased a weight that made breathing difficult, that made thoughts slow and heavy. Matthias stumbled. Captain, I can feel him, the Emperor. His presence is... He struggled for words. Vast, but also hollow, like an echo of something that was. Guard your thoughts, Kalis snapped, but his voice carried less certainty than before. Karen's sensors registered the psychic emanations clinically. Fascinating. Consciousness sustained under conditions that would shatter mortal mind. Entity 998 must be experiencing identical sensory input. Curious how he processes theological implications. They reached the antechamber, a vast circular space 50 meters across its ceiling, lost in shadow. At the far end, doors of pure gold rose 30 meters high, inscribed with the Emperor's own words from before. He became a god. And standing before those doors, perfectly still, was Madara. He turned to face them, not surprised, not alarmed, as if he had been waiting. So, Madara said, his voice carrying across the space. You chose conversation over extermination, wise or desperate. Which is it? Karen stepped forward, mechadendrites spreading in a gesture that might have been greeting. Anomaly 998. I am Magos Dominus Charon Adeptus Mechanicus. I come not to fight, but to comprehend. Comprehension. Madara's lips curved slightly. A rare commodity in this empire. What do you wish to comprehend? Your nature, your purpose, your power source. Karen's eyes focused intently. You are not of the warp, yet you manipulate reality. You are not Xenos, yet you are not human. As Imperium defines human, you are other. Other, Madara repeated. Yes, I have been called worse. You walk toward the golden throne. Why? Karen gestured at the golden doors. If you seek to harm the God Emperor, you will face his custodes, 10,000 warriors who have never known defeat, death certain. Madara's expression shifted, something between sadness and recognition. I do not seek his death. I seek understanding. He and I are the same. We both believed we could save our people by controlling them. We both built cages and called them paradise. Karen's processing arrays worked overtime, analyzing the implications. You claim equivalence to the God Emperor. I claim we both failed in the same way. The difference is I learned. He has not, because he cannot, not while chained to that throne fed by souls he claims to protect. You blaspheme! Kalis began stepping forward. Karen raised a mechadendrite, silencing him. Let him speak. We came to understand, not judge. Madara studied Karen with those impossible eyes. You are different from the others. You seek truth over comfort, dangerous trait in this empire. Truth is tool. Tools serve function. Karen moved closer. I will speak truth not transmitted in official channels. Mechanicus has analyzed your power. It operates outside warp contamination vectors. This is unprecedented. Revolutionary. And you want to study me like a specimen? Madara said flatly. We want to know, can your power be replicated? Systematized, weaponized. Karen's voice dropped lower, his next words treasonous. Imperium's greatest weakness is dependence on warp, unpredictable, corruptible. If your energy source can be understood, isolated, reproduced, Imperium gains advantage against chaos itself. Madara's laugh was cold. You want to turn my chakra into technology, to give the Imperium a new way to enslave, or to free it from warp's influence. Perspective matters. For a long moment, Madara said nothing. Behind him, the golden doors pulsed with light, the heartbeat of a dying god. I will not be your weapon, Madara finally said. But I will offer you something more dangerous than power. What a choice. Madara gestured at the doors. Go through those doors with me. See what your emperor truly is. Then decide if your Imperium deserves to survive. Karen's 17 eyes focused simultaneously. His probability engines calculated risk factors, survival percentages, knowledge acquisition value. The numbers were catastrophic. He accepted anyway. Acceptable. Magos, you cannot. Kalis started. Knowledge acquisition outweighs risk. I will witness. Karen turned to Kalis. You may remain here. I release you from escort obligation. Kalis stared at the Magos, then at Madara, then at the golden doors. Every instinct screamed at him to stop this. Every training protocol demanded he execute the heretic and the tech priest both. But under all of that, buried beneath 3 centuries of conditioning, was a question he could not silence. What if they're both right? I will accompany you, Kalis said. Someone must witness, and if you are both damned, someone must survive to report it. Matthias stepped forward. And I, Captain. If we are to face damnation, we face it together. Madara watched this exchange with something that might have been respect. Loyalty. The one virtue your empire has not yet corrupted completely. He turned toward the golden doors, placed both hands on their surface. The doors recognized something. Not sanctity, not purity. Something older. The seals parted. Golden light flooded the antechamber, not warm but searing. Not comforting, but overwhelming. The psychic pressure became a physical force, driving everyone to their knees except Madara, who walked forward into the light as if it were nothing. Karen rose, servos grinding. Kalis pulled himself up, armor groaning. Matthias followed, tears streaming down his face from psychic overload. They stepped through the doors and beheld the golden throne. The chamber was vast beyond comprehension, so large that its far walls disappeared into golden haze. At its center, a throne of gleaming gold rose like a mountain, festooned with 10,000 cables, tubes, pipes, and wires. Machinery older than the Imperium hummed and clicked and fed dying souls into power to sustain a single being. And upon that throne, wreathed in light that burned to look upon, sat the Emperor of mankind, or what remained of him. Karen's 17 eyes recorded everything, even as his organic brain struggled to process the horror. The Emperor was not a god. He was a corpse, a skeleton wrapped in parchment skin, held together by machinery and will alone. His face, if it could still be called that, was a death mask of withered flesh stretched over bone. But his eyes still burned, with power, with rage, with 10,000 years of unending consciousness, unable to sleep, unable to rest, unable to die. Madara stopped 10 meters from the throne's base. He looked up at the dying god and smiled sadly. "Hello, old friend," he said softly. "I finally understand what you became." And for the first time in 10 millennia, the Emperor of Mankind turned his gaze from the Astronomicon and looked directly at the man who had walked uninvited into his presence. The psychic pressure doubled, tripled. Matthias collapsed, blood streaming from his nose. Even Kalis fell to one knee armor, cracking under the weight of divine attention. Only Madara and Karen remained standing, and in that moment, as God and man regarded each other across an abyss of understanding, the fate of the Imperium hung in perfect, terrible balance. The weight of divinity was not metaphorical. It pressed down on the golden throne chamber like a physical force, 10,000 years of consciousness compressed into a single, overwhelming presence. Matthias collapsed immediately, blood streaming from his nose and ears. Brother Erasmus fell to one knee, ceramite cracking. Even Kalis, who had withstood demon princes and walked through warp storms, felt his bones grinding under pressure that had nothing to do with gravity. Only two beings remained standing. Magos Dominus Charon, his 17 cybernetic eyes flickering, as servo systems compensated for psychic interference, managed to stay upright through sheer mechanical redundancy. His organic components screamed warnings, but his augmetic skeleton locked into place. And Madara Uchiha, who stood before the golden throne as if the Emperor's attention were nothing more than a strong wind. The light from the throne intensified, gold bleeding to white, then edging towards something beyond visible spectrum. The temperature plummeted. Frost formed on the ancient machinery. The air thickened as if reality held its breath. Madara felt the pressure, felt it trying to crush his consciousness like an insect beneath divine regard. His Rinnegan pulsed in response, purple light bleeding into the golden radiance. Chakra flared around him, not aggressive but defensive, creating a bubble of reduced psychic pressure that extended just far enough to cover the others. Kalis gasped, suddenly able to breathe again. Karen's system stabilized, sensors recalibrating, and then it spoke, not with a voice, not with sound, with thought directly into the mind, a psychic transmission that bypassed ears, entirely resonating in consciousness itself. When the Emperor of Mankind spoke, every living thing in the chamber heard. It simultaneously felt it in their bones, tasted it in their thoughts. "Who are you?" Not a question, a demand. Each word carried the weight of 10 millennia, the authority of a being who had conquered the stars and unified a species through sheer force of will. Madara looked up at the corpse god on his throne, at the withered flesh stretched over bone, at the cables and tubes, and machinery keeping a dying consciousness alive, and felt something he had not expected. Recognition. "I am the mirror you have refused to look into for 10,000 years, Madara said quietly. The psychic pressure doubled, tripled. Behind Madara, Kalis cried out. Karen's servo skulls fell from the air, crashing to marble floors. The machinery around the throne surged, clicking and whirring as the Emperor's attention focused fully on this singular anomaly. "You dare!" Yes, Madara began walking forward, ascending the steps toward the throne's base. Each step was a battle against psychic force that could shatter mountains. "I dare, because I have already walked this path. I've already made your mistakes, and I died for them." He climbed another step, then another. The Emperor's presence bore down on him like the weight of stars, but his Rinnegan blazed brighter chakra, reinforcing his body, his mind, his will. 10,000 years ago, Madara said, his voice carrying across the vast chamber. "You made a choice. You looked at humanity fractured, warring, lost in the darkness of old night, and you decided they needed a savior, not a guide, not a teacher, a god. I saved them. You enslaved them." Madara reached the throne's base, standing now at the foot of the mountain of gold and lies. "You unified Terra. You conquered the stars. You built an empire that spanned the galaxy, and you called it the Imperium of Man, a paradise of reason and science. He looked up at the dying god. But you knew the truth, didn't you, that humanity could not be trusted with freedom? That given choice, they would choose poorly. So you made choices for them. You erased religions, burned cultures, destroyed any who questioned your vision. The Emperor's psychic presence shifted anger, giving way to something more complex. Memory. Recognition. You told yourself it was necessary, Madara continued, that once the Great Crusade was complete, once the galaxy was unified, you could step back, let them govern themselves. But you never intended to, did you? Madara's voice softened, almost gentle now. Because you are like me. You saw the cycle of suffering and believed only absolute control could break it. You built the infinite Tsukuyomi and called it the Imperium. You know nothing of sacrifice. The words hit like a physical blow. Images flooded Madara's mind, not an attack but a sharing. The Emperor opening his memories, showing what price had been paid. Madara saw Terra burning, the unification wars. Techno-barbarians wielding weapons that could crack continents, warlords with armies of gene-modified soldiers, a planet dying from its own ambition, and one man not yet a god unifying it all through blood and fire. The Great Crusade. 20 suns, each one a weapon and a hope. Worlds brought into compliance sometimes through diplomacy, more often through annihilation. Xenos purged, demons banished. The galaxy for a brief moment illuminated by the light of human reason. Then Horus, the favorite son, the betrayal that shattered everything. Brother against brother, son against father, half the Imperium burning in civil war, the siege of Terra, Magnus shattering the Webway project, the Emperor's greatest hope. His plan to free humanity from warp dependence destroyed in a single moment of desperation. The final duel. Horus corrupted beyond recognition, standing before the Golden Throne. The Emperor forced to kill his most beloved son with his own hands. And then the throne. The decision to ascend, intending to heal, to guide the Imperium from within. But never healing, never able to leave. Millennia of consciousness without rest, without sleep, without death. Watching the Imperium decay into the theocracy he had despised, unable to speak, unable to intervene, feeding on the souls of psychers, 1,000 dying every day to keep his light burning and hating the necessity of it. 10,000 years of loneliness, the memories released. Madara staggered, breathing hard. Behind him, Karen's recording systems worked frantically, trying to capture psychic data his sensors were never designed to process. I know everything about sacrifice, Madara said, his voice rough. I sacrificed my brother, my clan, my best friend, my entire world, all for a dream of peace that became a nightmare. He straightened, meeting the Emperor's gaze directly. The difference between us, I admitted I was wrong. Silence fell across the chamber. Even the machinery seemed to pause, as if the universe itself waited for the Emperor's response. When it came, it was quieter. Almost human. I saw the future. 10,000 futures. In 9,999 humanity perishes, consumed by chaos, devoured by Xenos, annihilated by its own ignorance. Only in one future did we survive, and that future required sacrifice. My sons, my dreams, my humanity, I gave them willingly. You speak of control as if it were evil, but what is the alternative? Freedom to choose damnation, liberty to embrace corruption. The Emperor's presence intensified, not with anger, but with desperate conviction. I sit on this throne not because I desire worship. I sit here because the moment I cease, the Astronomicon fails, the warp swallows Terra, humanity dies within a generation. You call this imprisonment, I call it duty. Madara listened, truly listened, and in the Emperor's words he heard echoes of his own justifications. The same logic, the same terrible mathematics of suffering. Duty, he repeated softly. Yes, I used that word too, when I sent children to die, when I manipulated my friend into fighting me, when I chose to destroy the world to save it. He gestured at the machinery at the cables feeding into the Emperor's withered form. But there is a difference between duty and martyrdom, and there is a difference between martyrdom and refusing to let go. Madara's voice grew harder. You could have trained others, could have distributed your burden, could have built systems that did not require a god chained to a throne. But you didn't, because deep down you believe only you are wise enough, strong enough, worthy enough. He took one more step forward until he stood directly before the throne. You are not imprisoned by duty. You are imprisoned by your own inability to trust humanity. The chamber fell into a silence so profound it felt like vacuum. Kayla, still on his knees, looked up at the Emperor, the being he had served for 3 centuries, and for the first time allowed himself to truly see. A corpse, a captive, a god who had become his own jailer. Karen's 17 eyes focused on the Emperor's withered face, analyzing, cataloging, understanding. His vocalizer clicked softly. Hypothesis confirmed. Entity 998 and God Emperor operate under identical psychological frameworks. Both implemented total control protocols. Both experienced catastrophic failure. Both unable to release grip on species they claim to protect. He paused. Difference Entity 998 achieves self-awareness. God Emperor has not. Silence machine. But the Emperor's rebuke lacked force, because Karen was right, and the Emperor, whatever else he was, could not deny truth when it was spoken plainly. Madara raised one hand and purple light danced across his fingertips. I will show you something, not an attack, a sharing. You showed me your memories. Let me show you mine. What purpose? Understanding, Madara said simply. Between 2 failures who thought they were saviors. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then slowly, the Emperor's psychic presence softened, accepted. Madara's Sharingan spun. Reality blurred. The Emperor saw a boy by a river skipping stones with another boy, both dreaming of a world without war, laughing, planning, hoping. Brothers dying in endless clan conflicts. A child holding his brother's cooling body, screaming at the injustice of a world that demanded such sacrifice. The awakening of the Sharingan power, born from pain, from the moment he chose duty over friendship, clan over peace. The death of Izuna, the brother he loved most, dying to give him eyes that would never fade. The weight of that sacrifice crushing him, twisting love into obsession. Building Konoha with Hashirama, believing they had finally created the peaceful world they had dreamed of. But seeing slowly how power concentrated, how the Senju dominated, how his clan was pushed aside, how the cycle was repeating just with different names, reading the stone tablet, not knowing it had been altered, not knowing he was being manipulated and believing he had found the answer. The infinite Tsukuyomi. A world where everyone could live their perfect dream, where suffering would end because reality itself would end. The betrayal of Konoha. The fight with Hashirama at the Valley of the End. Losing, dying, but using Izanagi to rewrite death itself, living in shadow planning, waiting. Manipulating Obito, a boy, broken by the death of his beloved, into continuing the plan. Using pain as a weapon, as a tool, as a means of control. Becoming the very thing he had fought against. The 4th Shinobi World War. Becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Achieving godhood. Casting the infinite Tsukuyomi on the entire world. And then, Black Zetsu, the betrayal, the realization that he had been a pawn all along, that everything had been manipulation by an entity older than his entire civilization. The final moments. Hashirama's ghost appearing, the words that had haunted him ever since, "You were right, old friend." And death, finally death, and with it understanding. The vision ended, the Emperor withdrew, and for the first time in 10,000 years, his psychic presence carried something other than absolute conviction. It carried doubt. You were manipulated, used as a tool for another's purpose. Yes, Madara said, just as you were. You think you chose this. You think every decision was yours, made freely with perfect foresight. Madara's voice was gentle now, almost compassionate, But how much of your path was truly choice, and how much was manipulation by the very forces you thought you were fighting? He gestured at the machinery at the throne, at the entire apparatus of the Imperium. Chaos didn't need to corrupt you. They just needed to make you believe you had no other choice. They turned your love for humanity into chains. They made you prisoner of your own compassion. The Emperor's presence flickered. The golden light dimmed, then brightened, as if a vast consciousness was struggling with something it had never allowed itself to consider. If what you say is true, then I have condemned humanity to 10,000 years of suffering for nothing. No, Madara said softly, not for nothing. You kept them alive, but you also kept them from growing, from learning, from becoming what they could be. He looked directly into what remained of the Emperor's eyes. You are not a tyrant. You are a prisoner of your own compassion. But imprisonment remains imprisonment regardless of the jailer's intentions. Behind Madara, Kalis wept. The sound echoed through the vast chamber, a gray night. One of the Imperium's most faithful warriors, crying for the god he had just learned, was as trapped as he was. Matthias, barely conscious, whispered prayers that had become questions. Emperor, protect. But who protects the Emperor? Emperor, guide us. But who guides the Emperor? Emperor. Are you even listening anymore? Karen recorded everything. His mechanical mind calculated implications, processed theological catastrophes, analyzed the end of 10,000 years of imperial doctrine, and found it fascinating. What would you have me do? The Emperor's voice carried exhaustion that spanned millennia. Release my grip on the Astronomicon, let humanity fall to chaos in the name of freedom. No, Madara said. I would have you trust them, not with everything, not immediately, but trust them to grow, to learn, to eventually not need you. They will fail. Yes, they will fail many times, and through failure they will learn what you cannot teach by force. Madara smiled sadly. That is the difference between a student and a slave. A student can surpass the teacher. A slave can only obey. The chamber held its breath. The moment stretched infinite and impossible. I do not know if I can. Those words spoken by the master of mankind, the Emperor who had never admitted weakness, broke something fundamental in the room. Kalis sobbed openly now. Matthias's prayers dissolved into incoherent weeping. Even Karen's systems flickered, struggling to process the theological implications, but Madara only nodded. I didn't either, not until I died, not until I was forced to see what my perfect peace truly was. He raised one hand, Rinnegan blazing with purple fire. I came here to destroy you, to shatter this empire you built on suffering. But now I see. You are not the enemy. You are another victim. The Emperor's presence shifted confusion, hope, fear, all mingling in psychic resonance. The enemy is the belief that any one being, God or man, can save a species by controlling it. That is the lie we both believed. That is the cage we both built. Then what is the answer? Madara's smile turned bitter. I don't have one. I failed, remember, but I can offer you what no one has offered in 10,000 years. What? A choice. To continue as you are, God corpse on a throne, feeding on souls, sustaining an empire that has twisted everything you built into mockery of your vision. Or, he let the word hang, let the possibility breathe. To rest. I can end your suffering, not through destruction, through release. Let your Imperium stand or fall on its own. Let humanity choose its own fate. Let them grow or let them perish. But let it be their choice, not yours. The golden light of the throne pulsed once, twice, 3 times, like a heartbeat, like someone breathing for the first time in 10,000 years. And then the chamber doors exploded inward. 100 Adeptus Custodes burst through, weapons raised, moving with precision that made Grey Knights look clumsy. Gold armor gleamed. Guardian spears crackled with power fields. These were the Emperor's personal guard warriors who had stood vigil for 10 millennia, who had never known defeat, who were to Space Marines what Space Marines were to ordinary humans. At their head, Shield Captain Valorous, Warden of the Golden Throne, his armor inscribed with oaths older than the Imperium itself. "Step away from the throne, heretic!" His voice was thunder and authority combined. The custodes formed a wall of gold between Madara and the Emperor, 100 warriors who had trained for this exact scenario for 10,000 years. Their presence was overwhelming, their precision absolute. Madara didn't move, didn't even turn to face them. "I am not your enemy," he said quietly. "You offered to kill the God Emperor," Valorous snarled. "That makes you enemy of humanity itself." "I offered him rest. There is a difference." "There is no difference. The Emperor's life is humanity's survival. To end one is to damn the other." The custodes leveled their weapons. 100 Guardian spears, each capable of piercing Terminator armor, all aimed at a single target. Madara sighed, turned slowly to face them. His Rinnegan met Valoris's gaze without fear. "You have served him for 10,000 years, guarded him, protected him, worshipped him." Madara gestured at the throne. "Have you ever asked him if he wanted to be protected?" Valoris's grip tightened on his spear. "We do not question. We serve." "Then you are slaves, noble slaves, loyal slaves, devoted slaves, but slaves nonetheless." The insult hung in the air. Several custodes shifted, ready to charge. Valorous raised one hand, stopping them, but barely. Before violence could erupt, "Stand down." The Emperor's command hit like a psychic hammer. Every custodes froze, their bodies locked by will that superseded their own. For the first time in their service, perhaps the first time in 10,000 years, the Emperor had given them a direct order they did not want to follow. Valorous struggled, every muscle straining. "My Emperor, this heretic threatens He threatens nothing. He offers truth, and I will hear it." Slowly, reluctantly, the custodes lowered their weapons. They did not stand down, would never fully stand down, while a threat existed, but they obeyed, because that was what they were made to do. Madara turned back to the Emperor. Behind him, 100 of humanity's finest warriors waited like golden statues, every fiber of their being screaming to intervene, held back only by loyalty to the being they were sworn to protect. "Thank you," Madara said softly. "Do not thank me yet. I have not decided. But you are considering it. That alone is more than I expected." The Emperor's presence pulsed consideration and doubt, something almost like hope. "You offer me rest, but you do not understand the cost. If I fall, the Astronomicon fails. 10,000 worlds die within weeks, billions consumed, the Imperium fragments. Humanity becomes prey to every predator in the galaxy. Before I accept your offer, if I accept, I must know, can your power replace mine? Can your chakra sustain the light?" Madara opened his mouth, then closed it. The question had caught him off guard. He had come prepared to destroy, prepared to debate, prepared to fight. He had not come prepared to replace. "I do not know," he admitted. "My power is finite. Yours draws from an entire species' belief. I could burn bright for days, perhaps weeks, but eventually I would exhaust myself. I'm not a god, no matter what these people might think." "Then before we speak of endings, we must speak of alternatives." The Emperor's presence shifted, not retreating, but considering, calculating, thinking in ways he perhaps had not allowed himself in millennia. "I will grant you time. 7 days. Prove that humanity can survive without me. Find an alternative to this throne. Show me that my sacrifice has not been for nothing. If you succeed, if you can demonstrate a path forward that does not require my imprisonment, then I will consider your offer of rest." Madara stared. "And if I fail, then you will leave Terra, leave the Imperium, and never return. Humanity's fate remains in my hands for better or worse, and you will accept that your vision, like mine, was incomplete." The custodes shifted, clearly unhappy with even this concession. Valorous looked like he wanted to speak, but held his peace. The Emperor had made his will known. Kalis, still kneeling, looked up with red-rimmed eyes. 7 days to replace the God Emperor, that's impossible. Perhaps, Madara said, but so was walking into his presence and surviving the conversation. He looked back at the withered form on the golden throne, at the god who wanted to be a man again, at the prisoner who had just been offered a glimpse of freedom. 7 days, Madara agreed. I accept. Then go and return with hope, or never return at all. Madara turned and walked down the steps. Past Charon, who was already formulating theories. Past Kalis, whose entire worldview had shattered and was slowly reforming into something new. Past Matthias, who looked at him with something between terror and hope. Past 100 custodes, who parted like a golden sea, letting him pass, but never lowering their weapons, never relaxing their vigil. He walked through the chamber doors and into the corridors of the inner sanctum, leaving behind the most dangerous thing the Imperium had never allowed time to prove an alternative. Behind him, the Emperor of Mankind sat upon his throne, and for the first time in 10,000 years allowed himself to wonder, what if I was wrong? In the silence that followed, Karen's vocalizer clicked softly. Historical analysis unprecedented. God Emperor has engaged in philosophical debate with external entity. God Emperor has granted concession to external entity. God Emperor has expressed doubt. He paused, his 17 eyes focusing on the distant figure of Madara disappearing into shadow. Probability of Imperium surviving this encounter, 43%. Probability of Imperium changing from this encounter, 97%. Conclusion. We have just witnessed the most dangerous conversation in human history, and we survived to record it. Kalis stood his legs unsteady. He looked at the Emperor, his god, his purpose, his entire reason for existence, and spoke words he never thought he would say. What do we do now, my lord? The Emperor did not answer immediately, and when he did, his voice carried something it had not held in 10 millennia. Uncertainty. We wait and we hope. And if hope fails, we prepare for war unlike any the galaxy has ever seen. The custodes sealed the chamber. The machinery of the golden throne hummed its eternal song. The Astronomicon continued to burn, sustained by the dying screams of 1,000 psychers every day. But something had changed. A seed had been planted, and in the grim dark future where there is only war, a seed of possibility is the most dangerous weapon of all. Day 1 of 7 on Ane. The edict spread through the imperial palace like psychic fire. Within 6 hours of Madara's departure from the Golden Throne Chamber, every inquisitor, every high lord, every ranking official of the Adeptus Terra knew the Emperor, the God Emperor Master of Mankind, he who sits in judgment, had granted a heretic 7 days of sanctuary. 7 days to prove that 10,000 years of sacrifice might have been unnecessary. The Imperium, built on the absolute certainty of its foundation, discovered something it had not felt since the Horus Heresy doubt. In the obsidian war room of Inquisitorial Fortress Eternal Vigilance, the fracture lines became visible. Inquisitor Drusilla stood at the head of the tactical table, her 4-century-old frame rigid with fury. Around her hololithic displays showed Madara's movements through the palace, tracked by 100 servo skulls and augur arrays. The Emperor has been compromised, she declared, her voice sharp as a blade. Psychically manipulated by an entity we do not understand. We must act before what Inquisitor Seraphine Voss interrupted, her augmetic eye glowing red. Before we commit the one sin the Imperium cannot forgive, disobeying a direct command from him on Terra. The command is tainted, the command is absolute. Voss's voice carried 3 centuries of authority. The Emperor's will is law. We obey, but we watch. She turned to the assembled Inquisitors, 12 of them, representing factions from radical to Puritan. And if this heretic fails, we ensure he never leaves Terra alive. Agreed. Reluctant nods. Even Drusilla teeth gritted acquiesced. In a separate chamber connected via nospheric link, Magos Dominus Koran addressed the Mechanicus conclave. His 17 eyes glowed with something his kind rarely displayed excitement. 7 days to reverse engineer God technology, he transmitted in rapid binary cant. Unprecedented opportunity. All resources allocated to Entity 998 support. This is not heresy. This is the Omnissiah's gift knowledge we were never permitted to seek, now offered freely. A junior Magos objected, but if he succeeds, he proves the God Emperor is not divine. He proves the God Emperor is more than divine, Karen countered. He is pragmatic, willing to evolve, willing to consider alternatives. That is not weakness. That is the highest function of intelligence. The conclave buzzed with debate, but Karen had already made his decision. He would see this through whatever the cost, and deep within the ecclesiarchal palace in chambers gilded with faith and built on fear, Deacon Severus Jiao Jiao convened a meeting of his own. No servo skulls recorded it, no vox transmitted it, just 12 cardinals in a room lit by candles speaking words that would be denied if ever repeated. If the heretic succeeds, Severus whispered, he proves the Emperor is not God. And if the Emperor is not God, what need have they of us? The silence that followed was answer enough. Terra locked down. No ships entered or left without direct authorization. The custodes moved through the palace like golden ghosts, protecting a prisoner they despised under orders they could not refuse. And Madara, at the center of it all, descended into the archives. The Mechanicus vaults beneath the Imperial Palace were older than memory. Some sections dated to the dark age of technology knowledge preserved in stasis fields protected from time and entropy. Others were sealed by the Emperor himself, forbidden even to Mars. Karen had unsealed them all. Madara stood before a hololithic display the size of a building, his Rinnegan tracking data streams faster than human cognition. Beside him, Karen's mechadendrites interfaced directly with the archive, pulling up schematics histories, technical specifications lost for millennia. And behind them, standing like a silver statue, Brother Captain Kalis watched. Voss had assigned him as liaison, which meant guard observer and executioner if things went wrong. The Golden Throne, Karen vocalized, pulling up a three-dimensional schematic, is composite system, 3 primary functions. The hologram split into sections. Function 1, life support apparatus for God Emperor. Sustains biological processes, channels nutrients, filters waste. We cannot replicate this. God Emperor's physiology is unique. Function 2, webway gate sealing. Maintains psychic barrier preventing demonic incursion through Emperor's failed project. We dare not touch this, breach would doom Terra. Function 3, Astronomican amplifier. Karen highlighted this section, a massive psychic resonator drawing power from the souls of dying psychers and channeling it through the Emperor's consciousness into a beacon visible across the galaxy. This, Karen said, Entity 998 need not replace entirely, only supplement, then transition. Madara studied the schematic with the focus of someone who had spent a lifetime analyzing complex systems. The Astronomican is a psychic lighthouse. It doesn't create navigation, it provides a reference point. Any sufficiently powerful, stable psychic signal could serve the same function. Correct. Karen pulled up additional data. Precedent exists. During Horus Heresy, device called Pharos on planet Sotha served as warp beacon. Non-Emperor technology. Functioned for years before destruction. Madara's eyes narrowed. Non-warp-based Xenos technology, pre-human civilization, operated on principles Mechanicus never fully understood. But yes, it guided ships without Emperor's direct involvement. Then it can be done. Madara turned to face Kalis. Your Imperium already proved alternatives exist. They simply chose not to pursue them. Kalis's jaw tightened. The Pharaohs was destroyed, and even if it hadn't been relying on Xenos technology, is less heretical than letting your Emperor suffer for eternity. Madara's voice was sharp. You would rather worship his pain than end it. Silence fell. Kalis had no answer to that. Karen's vocalizer clicked. Entity 998 possesses non-warp energy generation. Chakra networks operate outside Imperium influence. If Beacon could be constructed using this energy, chaos couldn't corrupt it, Madara finished, because it doesn't touch the warp. Precisely. Permanent solution superior to current system. Madara stared at the hololithic Astronomicon, watching its pulse, the heartbeat of an empire built on suffering. Then the question becomes, can I do it in 7 days? They moved to an orbital platform 24 hours later. An Imperial Navy station stripped of all personnel except essential observers. Madara needed space isolation and psychic monitoring equipment that wouldn't explode if something went wrong. The isolation chamber was a sphere of reinforced ceramite, 30 meters in diameter, suspended in the station's heart. Psychic sensors covered every surface. Outside, Quran monitored from a dozen instruments simultaneously. Kalis stood at the observation window, arms crossed, skeptical and silent, and Navigator Octavia of House Belisarius floated in a secondary chamber. Her third eye exposed a mutation that let her kind see into the warp, the only way humanity could navigate the Imperium's madness. She was young for a navigator, only 70, with ivory skin and features twisted by generations of genetic modification. Her third eye vertical slit in her forehead pulsed with its own light. You understand what I'm asking? Madara's voice came through the Voxcom, despite the magnitude of the attempt. You want me to enter warp trance? Octavia replied, her voice musical, despite its strangeness. To observe the Imperium, and to see if I can detect something that is not the Astronomicon. Something that exists outside the warp, but can be seen through it. My power doesn't draw from your Imperium, but if it can be perceived there, then ships could navigate by it. Octavia's third eye focused on him through layers of ceramite in space. The Imperium is all I have ever known, stranger. Show me something different. Madara closed his eyes, breathed deep, felt the chakra networks in his body, 8 gates, 7 chakras, pathways of energy that predated his species' recorded history. He entered sage mode, drawing natural energy from the universe itself, balancing it with his physical and spiritual essence. His body changed. Pigmentation around his eyes shifted. His presence became more. Not larger, but denser, more real. He extended his Rinnegan's perception outward. Not into the warp, he could feel it there, that roiling ocean of madness, pressing against reality but perpendicular to it. Into dimensions the Imperium had no names for, the spaces between spaces where chakra flowed like water. And he pushed. Power flared. Purple-red light erupted from his body, not psychic fire, but something else. Something that existed without existing, present without being present. A beacon that was simultaneously nowhere and everywhere. In her chamber, Navigator Octavia gasped. Her third eye had opened, fully, pupils dilated to black voids. She saw the warp, the Imperium, in all its terrible glory. Swirling colors that were not colors, shapes that hurt to perceive. The endless screaming madness of broken space where physics surrendered to emotion. And there, golden and eternal, the Astronomicon. The Emperor's light, burning like a star visible across half the galaxy. 10,000 years of souls converted to illumination. But now, something else. Small. So much smaller than the Astronomicon, but clear, sharp, like looking at a candle flame through smoke, tiny but perfectly defined. Purple-red light, not burning like psychic fire, not fed by souls, just existing. Stable, solid, real in a way the warp could never be. She watched demons, formless things at the edge of perception, approach the new light. They recoiled, scattered, fled. It repelled them not through force, but through fundamental incompatibility. They were creatures of chaos. It was order made manifest. I see it, she breathed. Emperor's light, I see it. Not in the warp, but through it. Like looking at a star through murky water. It's there. It's stable. It's real. In the control room, Karen's systems flared with activity. Successful proof of concept chakra-based navigation beacon achievable. Entity 998. Generating stable non-warp reference point breakthrough confirmed. Kalis stepped closer to the observation window, staring at Madara, who stood at the chamber's center, arms, extended body wreathed in purple-red light that sensors couldn't quite capture. For a moment, just a moment, Kalis allowed himself to hope. And then Madara collapsed. The light vanished. He hit the chamber floor hard, breathing in ragged gasps, chakra reserves completely depleted. Medical servitors rushed in immediately, but he waved them off. "I'm fine," he managed. "Just exhausted." Karen's vocalizer clicked rapidly. Duration 3 minutes 17 seconds. Chakra expenditure total reserves. Recovery time estimated 6 to 8 hours. 3 minutes. The Astronomicon had burned continuously for 10,000 years. Silence fell across the observation deck. Octavia emerged from her chamber, third eye closing, her face pale. "It worked," she said quietly. "For those 3 minutes I could have guided a ship by that light." "But only 3 minutes," Kalis said flatly. "You have 6 days left to find a way to make it permanent." Madara pulled himself upright, waving off the servitor's attempts to assist. His Rinnegan had dulled the light behind them, flickered like dying embers. "I know," he said. "One man cannot sustain what an empire requires. I learned that lesson once before." He looked at each of them, Karen with his calculating eyes, Kalis with his skepticism, Octavia with her wonder. But perhaps one man was never meant to. While Madara struggled with power and possibility, other forces moved in shadow. The ecclesiarchal palace occupied the spiritual heart of Terra, a cathedral fortress that dwarfed nations, where billions came to worship and millions came to scheme. Its highest chamber, the Sacrosanctum Conclave, had witnessed every major theological debate for 5,000 years. Tonight, it witnessed conspiracy. High Deacon Severus stood at the altar, his scarred face illuminated by candlelight. Around him, 12 cardinals, men and women who commanded the faith of entire sectors, waited in silence. For 10,000 years, Severus began, his voice carrying the weight of absolute conviction. "We have taught a singular truth: the Emperor is God. His suffering is sacred, his throne is holy, his pain is our salvation." He gestured at the distant golden glow visible through the cathedral's stained glass, the Astronomicon shining eternal. Now as Xenos walks Terra, questions his divinity, and the Emperor listens. Cardinal Matthias, a different man than the Grey Knight though they shared a name, leaned forward. "If the Emperor can be questioned, if his throne can be replaced, what need have they of us? What authority remains for the ecclesiarchy?" "Precisely." Severus's eyes gleamed. "This heretic threatens not just the Emperor, but the entire structure of faith that holds the Imperium together. If he succeeds, if he proves alternatives exist, then we are revealed as unnecessary." Another cardinal, her face hidden by a hood. "Then he must fail." "But the Emperor's edict protects him," a third objected. "We cannot act directly without violating his will." Severus smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. "We need not act directly. The faithful will act for us. Already word spreads a heretic walks the palace. A Xenos questions the God Emperor. The common people hear these things and feel fear, anger, religious fervor." He pulled out a data slate displaying crowd movements across Terra, millions gathering at shrines, prayer vigils turning into protests. "We simply encourage. A sermon here about defending the faith, a rumor there about the Emperor's suffering. The faithful will do what they believe is righteous, and if the heretic's work is disrupted by riots, sabotage, accidents," he spread his hands, "we cannot be blamed for the passion of true believers." The cardinals looked at each other, some uncomfortable, others calculating, but none objected. "The Emperor's will may protect the heretic from us," Severus concluded, "but it does not protect him from the faithful, and the faithful can be quite zealous." Candles flickered, shadows danced, and in the heart of humanity's holiest site, those who claimed to serve God plotted against hope. Madara's quarters were Spartan, a chamber in the palace's east wing, guarded by custodes who looked at him like a plague rat they were forbidden to kill. He sat on the edge of a simple cot reviewing data slates Karen had provided, his body still recovering from the beacon attempt. 3 minutes. He had sustained it for only 3 minutes. The mathematics were brutal. Even if he pushed himself to complete exhaustion, which would be dangerous, potentially fatal, he might manage an hour, perhaps 2 if he burned through reserves he'd need for survival. But continuous operation. Replacing the Astronomicon entirely impossible. He set down the data slate and pressed his fingers to his temples, feeling the familiar ache of overextension. The Renegade saw everything, understood everything, but even perfect vision couldn't change impossible math. A knock at the door. Madara's hand moved toward his side reflex before he remembered he had no weapons here. Enter. The door opened. Brother Matthias stepped through, still in his gray knight armor, but with his helmet mag locked to his belt. His face was haggard eyes carrying weights they'd never been designed to bear. I should not be here, Matthias said. My captain would consider this fraternization with the enemy. Then why are you... The Grey Knight was silent for a long moment. Then he moved to the room's only chair and sat in action that spoke volumes. Grey Knights did not rest in the presence of potential threats. You collapsed today, Matthias said finally. The navigators said you created a beacon but could not sustain it. I am one man, Madara gestured at the data slates. The Astronomicon draws power from a species' collective belief channeled through the Emperor. 10,000 psychers die every day to feed it. I cannot match that alone. Matthias leaned forward, his gauntleted hands clasped. Then, perhaps, you are solving the wrong problem. Madara looked at him. You seek to replace the Emperor's function, Matthias continued. But what if the solution is not to replace him, but to share the burden? Something clicked in Madara's mind, a connection he hadn't seen before. Explain. The Emperor sits alone because he believes only he can bear it, because he is the strongest, the wisest, the most powerful. Matthias's voice carried something new, not doubt but understanding. You stood alone because you believed only you could bring peace to your world. You became the 10 Tails vessel. You cast the infinite Tsukuyomi by yourself. Madara stilled. How do you know? The memory you shared with the Emperor. I felt echoes of it. Your loneliness, your conviction that because you were strongest, you had to carry everything. Matthias met his gaze. But both of you failed because you were alone. The strongest person breaking under a weight meant for many. Silence fell. Outside, distant thunder rolled across Terra's poisoned sky. You're suggesting, Madara said slowly, that I don't create a beacon. I create a system, multiple sources, distributed load. The Astronomicon is sustained by 10,000 psychers dying daily. What if you taught 10,000 people to contribute without dying, to share the burden willingly, not through sacrifice? Madara stood ignoring his body's protests. His mind raced, Renegade spinning as he processed the implications. Not one god replacing another, a network, a collective, each person contributing a small amount, sustainable, renewable, voluntary. Like your tailed beasts, Matthias said. You tried to control them all yourself. What if you had taught others to bond with them peacefully, to share the burden? Madara turned to face the Grey Knight, and for the first time since arriving on Terra, he smiled. Not with bitterness or irony, but with genuine hope. That's it. That's the answer. Not replacing divinity with power, but replacing tyranny with cooperation. He pulled up a hololithic display, already sketching theoretical networks, nodes of power, distributed processing, redundant systems. His fingers moved through the projection building architecture for something that had never existed. If I can teach psychers to channel their power safely, if I can show them how to contribute without burning out, if I can build a network that doesn't require sacrifice. He looked at Matthias. Will it work? The Grey Knight asked. I don't know, Madara admitted, but it's the only approach that has a chance. Because you're right, I've been trying to be the Emperor, strong enough to carry everything alone, but that's the failure, not the solution. Matthias stood. Then you'll need volunteers, psychers willing to risk their lives on experimental heresy. Can you find them? No. Matthias moved toward the door, then paused. But I know someone who can, if you'll trust me. Madara studied him, this gray knight, whose faith had broken and reformed into something stronger. I'll trust you. Matthias nodded and left. The door sealed behind him. Madara turned back to the hololithic display, watching the theoretical network pulse with possibility. Outside his window, Terra's distant lights flickered like imprisoned stars. One man cannot save a species. He had learned that lesson through death. Now, he would teach it to an empire that had forgotten how to live without gods. The Strategic Council convened at dawn of Day 2. Inquisitor Voss sat at the head of the table, flanked by Karen and Kalis. Behind them, servo skulls recorded everything. Around them, hololithic displays showed Madara's progress resource allocations, countdown timers. 5 days, 18 hours remaining. Madara stood before them, his Rinnegan steady despite exhaustion, and presented his revised plan. I cannot replace the Astronomicon alone, he said without preamble. But I can build something better. A distributed network, psychers voluntarily contributing power, trained to channel safely, sharing the burden that currently breaks them. Voss's augmetic eye whirred. You ask for the Imperium's most valuable resource, psychers, to participate in experimental heresy. I ask for volunteers to choose their fate rather than be consumed by it. How many? 100 for the initial test. If it works, we can scale to thousands, tens of thousands. Enough to sustain a beacon indefinitely. Karen's mechadendrites twitched. Proposal architecturally sound, risk level high, potential outcome revolutionary, Mechanicus supports. Kalis was quiet for a long moment. Then, you're asking psychers to trust you, to let you into their minds, to share power with someone they've been taught is a heretic. Yes, they'll refuse. Perhaps. Madara's gaze didn't waver. But perhaps some of them are tired of dying for a god who never asked if they wanted to. Voss studied him. 300 years of experience reading faces, measuring threats, calculating risks. Finally, she spoke. You have your volunteers. Brother Matthias has already compiled a list, psychers, who have expressed doubts about their fate. Those scheduled for Astronomicon consumption within the week. Those who would die anyway. She leaned forward. But know this, if they die, if they are corrupted, if they suffer because of your experiment, the custodes will end you. Emperor's protection or not. Understood? Understood. Then you have 3 days to prepare them. 1 day to test your network, and 1 day remaining if it fails. Voss's voice was iron. Do not waste time. Madara bowed a gesture of respect, not submission, and left the chamber. Behind him, Voss turned to Kalis. Do you believe he can do it? The Grey Knight. Captain was silent. Then, I believe he's the first person in 10,000 years to try. Outside, Madara walked through corridors lined with custodes, heading toward the holding pens where psychers awaited their final journey to the Golden Throne. Behind him, the gears of the Imperium ground on. Ahead, 100 souls waited to be told they might not have to die. And somewhere in the depths of the warp entities, older than humanity stirred. They had felt the purple-red light. They had felt it repel them, and they began to plan. The holding pens beneath the Imperial Palace were not built for comfort. They were built for efficiency's processing stations, where psychers awaited their final journey to the Golden Throne. Cells stacked 12 high, each one containing a soul deemed too dangerous to live freely but too valuable to waste. Most would die screaming, their essence burned to sustain the Astronomicon for perhaps a day, perhaps an hour. They knew this. Every psycher brought to Terra knew their fate. Some came willingly, believing their death would be holy. Others came in chains dragged from distant worlds, minds already half broken by the horrors they had witnessed. Madara walked through the central corridor flanked by custodes who watched his every movement and felt the weight of 1,000 terrified minds pressing against his consciousness. Even with his Rinnegan's natural resistance, he could feel them psychic presences like candles guttering in a storm, each one unique, each one doomed. Brother Matthias walked beside him, no longer in full armor, but still bearing the weight of his calling. Behind them, Magos Karen's servo skulls recorded everything. 100 volunteers, Matthias said quietly. I selected those scheduled for consumption within the week, those who expressed doubt about their fate. Doubt. Madara glanced at him. The black ships tell them their death is noble, sacred, but some ask questions. If the Emperor is merciful, why must we die? If faith protects, why are we consumed? Those who ask are marked as weak, unreliable, fed to the throne first. They stopped before a reinforced blast door. Beyond it, 100 psychers waited in a converted training hall, the only space large enough to hold them all without triggering psychic cascade. Kayla stood at the door, his expression unreadable. They're frightened. Some refuse to believe this isn't another test. Others think it's a trick that you'll consume them yourself. Then I'll have to prove otherwise. Madara placed his hand on the door's gene lock. It recognized his temporary authorization and began to open. One more thing, Kayla said. If even one of them dies because of what you teach them, I know. The custodies will execute me. You've made that clear. Madara's Rinnegan met Kalis' gaze. But consider they're already dead, scheduled for consumption tomorrow, next week, the week after. What I offer them is a chance. Even if it fails, it's more than your Imperium ever gave them. The door opened. The training hall had been a combat arena, once a place where aspirants dueled to prove their worth. Now it held 100 psychers ranging in age from 14 to 70, each one marked by the telltale signs of their curse. Some had eyes that glowed faintly. Others had skin that rippled with suppressed energy. A few bore obvious mutations, extra fingers, crystalline growths, voices that echoed when they spoke. They fell silent as Madara entered. He stood at the hall's center alone and let them see him, not as a threat, not as a god, just as someone who understood. My name is Madara Uchiha, he began, his voice carrying across the space without amplification. I am not of your Imperium. I am not of your species evolution. I am something your records would classify as anomaly, a being who operates on principles your science cannot explain. He paused, letting that sink in. You have been told you will die, that your death is necessary, noble, that the Emperor requires your sacrifice to keep humanity safe, and you have been told you have no choice in this. A young woman near the front, barely 20, with silver hair and eyes that swirled with barely contained power, spoke. Her voice trembled. Are you saying that's a lie? I'm saying it's incomplete. Madara gestured at the walls around them. The Astronomicon requires immense psychic power. Your Imperium has chosen to generate that power through sacrifice, burning psychers, like fuel-consuming lives to sustain light. But sacrifice is not the only option. It's simply the only option they've pursued. An older man, his face scarred by decades of psychic strain, stood. Then what's the alternative? We're dangerous, unstable. I've seen what happens when psychers lose control. Entire cities, burned populations driven mad. The black ships tell us our deaths protect others from our curse. Your deaths protect others from your uncontrolled power, Madara corrected. But what if you could be taught control? What if you could contribute without being consumed? Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Hope, skepticism, fear. Karen's vocalizer clicked from the observation platform. Entity 998 proposes distributed network architecture. Individual psychers contribute sustainable energy output. Collective sum replaces single overwhelming source. Theory shared burden prevents burnout. A teenage boy with 3 eyes shouted, "You want to turn us into weapons?" No. Madara's voice was firm. I want to give you a choice. Your Imperium sees you as fuel to be burned. I see you as people who deserve to live. He extended his hand. Purple-red chakra materialized above his palm, not fire, not lightning, but something between matter and energy. The psychers gasped, several stepping back instinctively. This is chakra, life energy refined through discipline. It's not of the warp, your demons cannot touch it. It operates on principles your sciences call impossible, and I will teach you how to generate it. Silence. Then the silver-haired young woman spoke again. Why? Why would you help us? Madara looked at her, and for a moment his mask of confidence cracked. She saw something in his eyes, ancient pain, profound regret. Because I once believed the only way to save my people was to control them, to trap them in an eternal dream where they could never suffer. And I was wrong. So wrong that I died from my mistake, and even death couldn't wash away the shame. He closed his hand and the chakra vanished. I'm offering you what I wish someone had offered me, a third option, neither death nor imprisonment purpose. Together we create a network, each of you contributing a small amount, sustainable, voluntary. No one burns out, no one is consumed. You live, you choose, and humanity benefits from your strength without demanding your death. The young woman's eyes shimmered with tears. And if we refuse, then you return to your cells. Your scheduled consumption proceeds. I won't force you. That would make me no better than the system I'm trying to change. For a long moment, no one moved. Then the silver-haired woman stepped forward. My name is Lyra. I'm scheduled for the throne tomorrow morning. If you're lying, if this is another way to kill us, I'll already be dead. But if you're telling the truth... She knelt before him, and her voice broke. Please, teach me how to live. One by one, others came forward. The scarred old man, the three-eyed boy, a woman whose skin glowed faintly gold, a man whose shadow moved independently. Not all of them. 20 remained in place, too broken, too fearful, or too faithful to accept. Madara let them stay. He would not compel belief. But 80 psychers knelt. 80 souls chose hope over certainty. And in the observation room, Kalis watched and wondered if he was witnessing salvation or damnation. Training began immediately. Madara could not afford gentleness. He had 3 days to teach what should take years. The first lesson was the hardest, separating warp-based psychic power from chakra generation. Your psychic abilities draw from the Imperium, Madara explained to the assembled group now arranged in concentric circles around him. You reach into that realm of chaos and pull power through. It's like drawing water from a poisoned well, effective but dangerous. Every use risks corruption. Lyra raised her hand. Then, how do we generate power without the warp? By drawing from within. Madara sat cross-legged at the center of the formation. Chakra is life energy, physical vitality combined with spiritual essence. It exists in all living things, but most never learn to access it. You will. He guided them through meditation, not psychic communion, but physical awareness, feeling their heartbeats, their breathing, the electricity in their nerves, the chemical reactions in their cells. Life is energy, he said. Every moment you exist, you generate it. You've been taught to reach outward for power. I'm teaching you to look inward. Hours passed. Many struggled. The warp was all they'd ever known, an ocean of infinite power, terrible and seductive. Turning away from it felt like blinding themselves. But slowly, tentatively, some began to feel it. A warmth in their core, a pulse that matched their heartbeat, but felt deeper, older. The three-eyed boy who called himself Davin was the first to manifest visible chakra. Blue light flickered around his hands and he gasped, I feel it, it's mine. Not borrowed, not stolen, mine. Others followed, not the explosive surge of psychic power, but a steady glow. Sustainable, safe. By the end of the first day, 20 had achieved basic chakra manipulation. By the middle of the second day, 50. And by the evening of day 4, 73 of the 80 volunteers could generate and control their own life energy. Madara pushed them relentlessly, but not cruelly. He corrected mistakes with patience. He answered questions without judgment. And when exhaustion overtook them, he sat with them and shared stories not of his godhood, but of his failures. "I once controlled the most powerful force in my world," he told them during a rest period. "The 10 tails, a being of pure natural energy. I thought mastering it would let me save everyone. Instead, I became its prisoner. Power without wisdom is just slavery with extra steps." Lyra, who had become an informal leader among the Psychers, asked, "Then why teach us power at all?" "Because power itself isn't the problem. The problem is believing you must hold it alone." He gestured at the group. "Separately, each of you is limited. Together, you become something greater. Not because one of you dominates, but because all of you contribute." On the evening of day 4, they attempted their first synchronization. The training hall had been converted into a ritual space, though ritual wasn't quite the right word. Karen called it psycho-energetic network topology. Madara called it teaching people to hold hands. The 80 Psychers formed a double circle, inner and outer, each person positioned with geometric precision. Karen's calculations had determined optimal spacing close enough for energy resonance, far enough to prevent cascade failure. Madara stood at the center, his rinnegan blazing. "We're going to link your chakra networks. Not to merge you, each of you remains distinct, but you'll feel each other's energy, share the load, amplify each other's strength." He extended his hand and purple-red chakra flowed outward like visible wind. It touched Lyra first. She gasped but held steady. Then to Davin, whose 3 eyes widened in awe. One by one, the network formed. Madara felt their essences, most of the 80 distinct presences, each unique. Lyra's felt like silver fire. Davin's like deep water. The glowing woman's like sunlight filtered through leaves, each one precious, each one irreplaceable. "Now," he said softly, "together, generate chakra, not all of it, just a portion, 10% of your capacity, feed it into the network." They obeyed. Slowly, carefully, each Psyker began channeling life energy through the connections Madara had established. The effect was immediate and beautiful. Light bloomed throughout the chamber, not one color but dozens, all blending into something new. The individual threads of chakra wove together, creating patterns that spiraled and pulsed with mathematical perfection. In the observation room, Karen's 17 eyes captured everything. Network stable, energy coherence 93%, individual expenditure sustainable, collective output equivalent to entity 998 at 40% capacity. Madara smiled. 40%. Not enough to replace the Astronomicon yet, but with more Psychers, with more training. "Hold it," he instructed. "Feel how the burden is shared. None of you are straining. None of you are burning. You're simply contributing." They held the network for 5 minutes. 10, 15. When Madara finally released them, not a single Psyker had collapsed. They were tired, yes, but healthy, alive, unburned. Lyra laughed, actually laughed, a sound of pure joy. "We did it. We actually did it." Others joined her. Tears, laughter, embraces. For the first time in their lives, these Psychers had used their power without pain, without sacrifice, without being consumed. Madara watched them celebrate and felt something he hadn't felt since Hashirama's death hope. But the moment was shattered by alarms. The compound doors burst open. Custodes flooded in, weapons raised, moving with the precision of a military operation. But they weren't alone. Behind them came priests, thousands of them flooding through the palace corridors, screaming prayers and accusations. "Heresy!" they shrieked. "The witch corrupts the faithful! The emperor is betrayed!" Madara moved instinctively, placing himself between the mob and his students. The Psychers formed defensive positions, chakra flaring to life. At the head of the Custodes, Shield Captain Valora stopped 10 meters from Madara. His expression was stone. "By order of the High Ecclesiarchy, this gathering is declared heretical. These Psychers are to be returned to processing immediately." "The Emperor granted me 7 days, Madara said coldly. 3 remain. "The Ecclesiarchy has declared this a matter of faith. The Custodes do not interfere in spiritual matters, but we cannot allow unsanctioned gatherings of Psychers. It violates security protocols." Behind Valoris High, Deacon Severus emerged, his scarred face twisted in righteous fury. The heretic teaches blasphemy. He turns the Emperor's chosen away from their holy purpose. This cannot stand. Madara's Rinnegan tracked every person in the room. 200 custodes, 5,000 priests, and his 80 psychers exhausted from training, terrified of what would happen next. He could fight, could probably kill half of them before they brought him down. But that would damn everything, prove he was the monster they feared. "Stand down," a new voice commanded. Inquisitor Voss strode through the crowd, flanked by Kalis and a squad of Grey Knights. She held up a data slate bearing the Emperor's seal. The God Emperor's edict remains in effect. Entity 998 has authorization to pursue alternative solutions. This gathering is sanctioned. Disperse immediately. Severus turned purple with rage. The Inquisition does not command the faithful. The Inquisition commands everyone when the Emperor's will is at stake. Voss's augmetic eye blazed red. "You will disperse, or I will declare this an uprising against his throne, and then we'll see how righteous your deaths are." Silence. The priests looked at Severus, who looked at the custodes, who looked at Valoris. The shield captain's jaw clenched. "The Emperor's will is absolute. We withdraw." "This isn't over," Severus hissed as he was ushered away. "The faithful will not stand idle while heresy. The faithful will obey their emperor," Voss snapped, "as will you." The crowd dispersed slowly, reluctantly, but they went. When the hall was clear except for Voss, Kalis, and the psychers, she turned to Madara. "You have 2 days. Whatever you're doing, finish it, because next time I may not be able to stop them." Madara nodded. 2 days is enough. "Is it?" Voss gestured at his exhausted students. "Can they really replace the Astronomicon?" "Not yet, but they will." He looked at the psychers, 73 souls who had chosen hope over certainty. "Because they're not alone, and neither am I." That night, in the quiet hours before Day 5, Madara sat with Lyra on the training hall's observation deck. Below, the other psychers slept some peacefully, others tossing with nightmares decades old. "Are we going to die?" Lyra asked quietly. Madara didn't lie to her. "I don't know. What we're attempting has never been done. The Imperium is structured around sacrifice. We're offering cooperation that threatens everything they've built." "Then why try?" He looked at her, this young woman who should have died tomorrow, who had chosen to trust a stranger instead. "Because the alternative is watching you burn, and I've burned enough worlds already." She was quiet for a long moment. Then, "Thank you for treating us like people instead of fuel." Madara closed his eyes. "Don't thank me yet. We still have to survive what comes next." Because he could feel it at the edges of his awareness in the deep currents of the warp. Something was stirring. The Chaos Gods had noticed his network had felt power that repelled their touch, and they were coming. Day 5 of 7 en montagne. The observation platform above the training hall had been converted into a command center. Hololithic displays filled the air, showing energy readings, warp fluctuation monitors, and real-time biometric data from 80 psychers. Magos Karen's servo skulls circled overhead, recording everything. Brother Captain Kalis stood at attention, his hand never far from his stormbolter. And Inquisitor Voss watched from the shadows, her augmetic eye glowing faintly in the darkness. Below, the psychers prepared for the most dangerous test yet. Madara walked among them, checking their mental states, offering quiet words of encouragement. Most were nervous but determined. Lyra stood at the formation center, silver hair braided tight, eyes focused. Davin paced near the outer ring, his 3 eyes darting between his companions. Others meditated, prayed to gods they weren't sure existed anymore, or simply breathed and waited. "Today," Madara addressed them, his voice carrying across the hall, "we attempt full synchronization. Yesterday you held the network for 15 minutes at 10% capacity. Today we push to 50% for 1 hour. Murmurs rippled through the group. 50% was 5 times yesterday's output. An hour was 4 times the duration. "That's impossible," someone whispered. "No," Madara corrected. "It's difficult, but not impossible. The mathematics work. Karen has verified the energy distribution. Each of you will contribute half your safe capacity. The network will amplify and stabilize it, and together you will generate a beacon strong enough to be seen across the solar system. Lyra raised her hand. What if something goes wrong? Then I shut it down immediately. I'll be monitoring each of you individually. If anyone shows signs of strain cascade failure or warp corruption, I sever their connection. You'll be safe. You promise? Davin asked, his young voice betraying his fear. Madara met his gaze. I promise I will do everything in my power to protect you, but I won't lie. What we're attempting is unprecedented. There are risks. If anyone wants to withdraw, do so now. No judgment, no shame. No one moved. Madara felt something catch in his throat. These people, condemned prisoners scheduled to die, told their whole lives they were dangerous aberrations, were choosing to trust him, to risk their lives for a possibility. Then let's begin. They formed the network slowly, carefully. Madara at the center, his Rinnegan blazing with purple light. The Psychers in concentric circles, hands extended, chakra pathways opening. Connection by connection, thread by thread, the web of life energy formed. Madara felt each presence join the collective. Lyra's silver fire, Davin's deep water, the old man's steady earth, the glowing woman's warm light, 73 distinct souls, each contributing their essence. 10%, he called out. Establish baseline. The network hummed to life. Purple-red light bloomed throughout the chamber, weaving patterns that Karen's instruments struggled to capture. The energy was stable, coherent, beautiful. Baseline established, Karen transmitted. Network coherence 95%. All participants nominal. Proceed. 20%, Madara instructed. Feel the load distribute. Let the network carry what you cannot alone. The light intensified. Several Psychers gasped as they felt the full strength of the collective for the first time. Not individual power, but shared, multiplied. Each person both giving and receiving, contributing and benefiting. 30%. The chamber began to vibrate, not physically but dimensionally. Reality itself was bending around the network, responding to power that operated outside its normal rules. Kalis gripped his bolter tighter. Voss leaned forward, her augmetic eye recording everything. 40%. One Psycher, a middle-aged woman near the outer ring, cried out. Her portion of the network flickered. Madara immediately detected the strain and reduced her contribution, redistributing the load to others who could bear it. She stabilized, breathing hard but functional. Network adapting, Karen reported. Redundancy protocols effective. Individual failure does not cascade. Revolutionary. 50%, Madara said. Hold. The network blazed like a newborn star. Every Psycher was now contributing half their safe capacity, and the collective output was staggering. Karen's instruments registered energy levels equivalent to Madara at full power, possibly exceeding it when accounting for the network's efficiency. In a secondary chamber, Navigator Octavia entered warp trance to observe. What she saw stole her breath. The warp was its usual chaos, swirling madness, impossible colors, the eternal screaming of broken space. The Astronomicon burned golden in the distance, steady and eternal. But now there was something else, not small like the test beacon, not weak like a candle. This was a lighthouse. Purple-red light blazed through the warp, clear and pure and utterly alien to that realm. It was smaller than the Astronomicon, yes, perhaps a third the size. But where the Emperor's light burned souls to sustain itself, this light simply existed, stable, uncorrupted, real. I see it, Octavia breathed. Emperor's throne, I see it. It's magnificent. It's... She stopped, because something else had noticed it too. They came from the deep warp, from the places where reality surrendered entirely to chaos. 4 presences, vast and terrible, drawn by the light that rejected them. Madara felt them before anyone else. His Rinnegan perceived dimensional shifts. Reality tears the approach of entities that should not exist in material space. Something's wrong, he said, his voice cutting through the network's hum. Karen's sensors erupted with warnings. Warp breach imminent, multiple vectors, entities inbound. The chamber walls shrieked. Reality tore. Not metaphorically. The physical walls of the training hall ripped open as the Imperium forced its way into existence. And through those tears came demons. Bloodletters poured through first crimson-skinned horrors with brass collars and blades of hellfire servants of Khorne. They shrieked and charged, seeking skulls for their god. "Defend the network!" Kalis roared his stormbolter, opening fire. Grey Knights materialized around the chamber's perimeter, blessed weapons blazing, creating a wall of consecrated fire. But the Bloodletters weren't alone. Pink horrors, cackling monstrosities of change manifested next, hurling warp fire at the Psykers. Behind them, plague-bearers shambled through disease incarnate, seeking to corrupt the pure light that offended Nurgle's rot. And above it all, a keeper of secrets descended, greater demon of Slanesh, beautiful and terrible, its 6 arms wielding weapons of obscene perfection. The demon spoke its voice like poisoned honey. "Such purity, such order, we cannot allow it." Madara's mind raced. The network was exposed, vulnerable. 73 Psykers channeling power, unable to defend themselves while maintaining the beacon. If the demons reached them, he made a decision. "Lyra," he shouted, "take control of the network, hold it steady. What I can't, you can. You're strong enough. I taught you how." He began transferring primary control to her, feeling her panic spike. "Trust yourself." "But what are you?" Madara released his connection to the network. 73 threads of energy suddenly without their anchor. For one terrible second, the network destabilized. Then Lyra seized control. Her silver fire blazed through the connections, holding what Madara had built, maintaining what he had taught. The network steadied, held, burned, and Madara was free to fight. Susanoo! The spectral titan erupted around him, full manifestation, 30 meters tall, armored in purple-red light. The chamber ceiling shattered as Susanoo rose to its full height, one hand drawing a massive blade, the other forming into a shield. Bloodletters crashed against Susanoo's ribcage and were thrown back, bodies disintegrating. Grey Knights fired psy-cannons and bolters, creating a perimeter of sanctified death. But more demons poured through, endless hungry. The Keeper of Secrets laughed, a sound that promised pleasure and pain intertwined. A mortal playing God, how delightful. It lunged, 6 arms striking simultaneously with impossible speed. Madara's Susanoo parried 3 strikes, absorbed 2 on its shield, and took one sword directly to its shoulder, the blade piercing through spectral armor, forcing Madara to stagger. Pain lanced through him. Demonic weapons hurt in ways normal injuries didn't. But he pushed through Susanoo's blade, sweeping in a horizontal arc that forced the Keeper back. Around them, carnage unfolded. Kalis fought alongside his Grey Knights, his nemesis Force Sword carving through plague bearers, while his Stormbolter held back pink horrors. Brother Matthias, who had been monitoring from the observation deck, teleported into the fray, his psychic powers manifesting as silver lightning that banished demons from reality. But the demons kept coming. For every one banished, 2 more clawed through. The warp breaches were widening. At the chamber's center, the Psykers held the network through sheer will. Lyra's voice rang out steady and strong. "Hold, everyone, hold. Don't break formation. Feed me power. I'll keep us stable." Davin was crying, tears streaming from all 3 eyes, but he held. The old man gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. The glowing woman's light flickered but didn't fail. They held. But one Psyker, a young man near the outer ring, barely 18, broke. Saw a bloodletter charging toward him. Panicked, released his connection to flee. The network spasmed. Energy backfired. 3 Psykers in his immediate vicinity screamed as the sudden redistribution overloaded their systems. "No!" Lyra shouted, trying to compensate, but Madara felt it happen, felt the cascade beginning. In 2 seconds, the network would collapse. In 5, the backlash would kill half the Psykers. In 10, the demons would be inside the circle, butchering everyone. He didn't think. He acted. Shinra Tensei. The repulsive force erupted from his position, not targeted at the demons, but omnidirectional. A sphere of absolute rejection, pushing everything away from the network's center. Demons flew backward. Grey Knights crashed into walls. The Keeper of Secrets shrieked as it was hurled through a warp breach. In the instant of space he'd created, Madara teleported using Kamui's stolen ability. Obito's gift directly to the failing portion of the network. He seized the broken connections with his own chakra, forcibly stabilizing them, feeding his own reserves to prevent cascade. The network held, barely. But Madara was now inside the defensive perimeter, exposed, Susanoo dismissed to conserve energy, and the demons were already recovering. A bloodletter lunged. Madara's hand snapped up Amaterasu. Black flames erupted on the demon's body, burning it from reality with fire that could not be extinguished. Another charged from behind, Limbo. His dimensional clone manifested, striking from the spaces between, tearing the demon apart. But there were dozens, hundreds. Kalis saw Madara's position, saw the demons converging, made a decision that would have been unthinkable 5 days ago. Grey Knights protect the heretic. 5 silver-armored warriors teleported to Madara's side, forming a defensive wall. Their nemesis weapons blazed with psychic fire, creating a perimeter of holy death around the network's core. "We can't hold this lane forever," Brother Erasmus shouted, his sword carving through a pink horror. "You don't have to." Madara's Rinnegan tracked the warp breaches, 5 major rifts. "I just need 10 seconds. 10 seconds, Kalis relayed. The Grey Knights fought with absolute precision, every movement economy, every strike lethal. But demons were infinite, warriors were not. Madara raised both hands, felt his chakra reserves dangerously low from maintaining Susanoo, from Shinra Tensei, from stabilizing the network. But he had enough, just enough. Chibaku Tensei, 5 spheres of darkness formed one above each warp breach. Gravitational singularities, artificial moons pulling everything toward them. The rifts themselves began to close as reality reasserted itself, dragged shut by impossible physics. Demons shrieked, pulled toward the spheres, their forms compressing, breaking, banishing back to the warp. The bloodletters, the horrors, the plague bearers, even the keeper of secrets screaming promises of revenge was drawn into a sphere and sealed. The last rift closed. The chamber fell silent, except for heavy breathing and the hum of the network. Madara dropped to one knee, exhausted beyond measure. The Grey Knights surrounded him, weapons still raised, uncertain whether he was threat or ally now. Kalis approached slowly. "You saved them, saved us." "I made a promise," Madara said simply. "To protect them, promises matter." From the network, Lyra's voice rang out, shaking but triumphant. "We're still holding network stable, 50% capacity, we did it." Karen's vocalizer crackled from the observation deck. "Confirmed full-scale test successful. Duration 47 minutes, sustained output. 0 psyker casualties. 0 casualties, despite demon invasion, despite network destabilization, despite everything." Voss stepped forward from the shadows, her expression unreadable. "You just repelled a coordinated chaos assault while maintaining an experimental psychic network and preventing cascade failure. That's impressive." "It's not enough." Madara stood swaying but upright. "The demons found us. They'll come again stronger. We need to complete this. Need to prove the network can stand against everything the warp throws at it." "Can it?" Madara looked at the psychers, exhausted, terrified but unbroken. Lyra still holding the network together. Davin weeping but standing, the old man grimly determined. "With more training, more time, yes." "You have 2 days." Voss turned to leave, then paused. "And Madara, thank you for keeping your word." She left. The Grey Knights slowly lowered their weapons. The psychers began to release the network one by one, until only Lyra remained still, channeling, still burning with silver fire. "You can let go," Madara told her gently. "It's over." She released control and collapsed. Madara caught her before she hit the ground. "Did we do it?" she whispered. "Did we actually do it?" "Yes," he said. "You did." Around them, the training hall lay in ruins, walls shattered, floor cratered, blood both human and demonic staining everything. But the psychers were alive, all of them. 73 souls who should have died today, standing or sitting or lying down but breathing, alive. Matthias approached his armor-scorched face, exhausted. "The Chaos Gods won't stop. They'll send everything they have. I know. Can you withstand it?" Madara looked at his hands, scarred, bleeding, trembling with exhaustion. Then at the psychers, his students no longer prisoners awaiting death. Not alone, he admitted, but I'm not alone anymore. And neither are they. That night in the emergency medical bay where the psychers recovered from their ordeal, Madara sat with Lyra. She was awake, staring at the ceiling, processing what had happened. I held it, she said quietly. When you left to fight, I thought the network would collapse, thought we'd all die. But I held it. You did more than hold it. You stabilized it, adapted when portions failed. You led them. I was terrified. So was I, he smiled slightly. Leadership isn't the absence of fear. It's choosing to act despite it. She was quiet for a moment. Then, they'll keep coming, won't they? The demons. Yes. Why? Why do they care about our network? Madara considered how to explain. The warp is chaos, emotion given form. It thrives on suffering, on madness, on entropy. Your network is the opposite order cooperation, life sustained rather than consumed. To entities that exist as chaos incarnate, you are offensive, wrong, something that should not be. So we're a threat to them. More than that, you're proof they can be resisted, that power can exist without corruption, that people can come together without being enslaved. He looked at her. You're hope. And hope is the most dangerous thing in a universe built on despair. Lyra closed her eyes. I used to think my power was a curse, that I was broken, wrong, deserving of death. But today, when I held that network, felt everyone depending on me, I felt useful, needed, human. You are human. You always were. Your Imperium simply forgot that psychers are people first, problems second. Will they remember after this? Madara didn't lie to her. Some will, others won't. Change is slow, but you've planted a seed. Whether it grows depends on choices people make after we're gone. After you're gone, you mean? She looked at him. You're not staying, are you? Even if this works? No, this is your species' future, not mine. I'm just showing you a door. Whether you walk through it is your choice. She reached out and took his hand. Thank you for showing us the door existed. He squeezed gently. Thank you for being brave enough to try. In the warp, in the realm where time had no meaning and space was suggestion, the chaos gods convened. They didn't meet often. Cooperation was anathema to their nature. But the network, that thing of order and life, demanded response. Corn, god of war and rage, it mocks us. Power without bloodshed, strength without slaughter, unacceptable. Nurgle, god of decay and entropy. It resists corruption, offers hope where only despair should exist, an aberration. Zench, god of change and scheming. It operates outside our dominion, a force we cannot manipulate, fascinating and intolerable. Slanesh, god of excess and sensation. It offers purpose without pleasure, meaning without indulgence. They sacrifice nothing yet gain everything. Offensive. They agreed a rare unity among eternal rivals. The network must be destroyed, the psychers must be corrupted or killed, and the one who built it must be broken before he could spread this heresy further. On day 6, they would send their champions, their greatest servants, and the mortal who dared defy gods would learn what happens when chaos itself decides you must end. But for now, in the ruins of a training hall on Terra, 73 psychers slept peacefully for the first time in their lives. They had fought demons and survived. They had held a network under impossible pressure and succeeded. They had been told they were fuel to be burned, and they had chosen to be something else, human. Day 6 of 7 Tarses. Dawn on Terra was always artificial. The sun rose, filtered through layers of pollution orbital platforms, and the psychic haze of billions praying to a corpse god. But today, even that pallid light seemed dimmer, as if the universe itself held its breath. Madara stood on the observation deck overlooking the training hall, his Rinnegan tracking energy patterns invisible to normal sight. The psychers below were preparing for another day of refinement, pushing towards 60 minutes at 50% capacity, the threshold they needed to prove full viability. But something was wrong. The warp churned. Not the usual chaos, but directed, purposeful, like a storm gathering its strength before the killing blow. "They're coming," he said quietly. Beside him, Kalis checked his stormbolter for the third time in 10 minutes. "You're certain?" The warp is screaming. 4 voices unified. They're sending everything they have. Madara turned to face the Grey Knight captain. "Today, some of us may die." Kalis was silent for a moment. Then we die well, protecting something worth protecting." Below, Lyra looked up at them, her silver hair catching the weak light. She'd grown into her role, no longer the terrified girl awaiting consumption, but a leader who'd held a psychic network while daemons raged around her. She raised a hand in acknowledgement. Madara returned the gesture. Then to Kalis, "Whatever comes through, we don't let it reach them." "Agreed." Karen's vocalizer crackled from across the deck. "Warp disturbance detected. Magnitude catastrophic. Distance decreasing rapidly. Estimate breach in reality Tor. Not in the training hall this time. Across Terra. Dozens of rifts opening simultaneously in the palace courtyards, in the Hab districts, in the ecclesiarchal cathedral itself." It was a coordinated assault of unprecedented scale. And through those rifts came champions. The first breach opened in the hall's southern wall. Through it stepped a creature that had once been human. Now it was something else, something that had traded mortality for immortality and paid the price in flesh and sanity. Demon Prince Angrath, the Butcher, champion of Khorne. 4 meters tall, covered in brass and blood, with 6 arms, wielding 6 axes, each one singing with the screams of the slain. Its skull helm leaked red mist, and where it walked the ground cracked and bled. "Skulls for the Skull Throne," it roared, voice like grinding metal. "Blood for the Blood God, you dare build order where only slaughter should reign." Madara's Susanoo manifested instantly, full form, 30 meters of spectral titan. Its blade met Angrath's axes in a clash that shattered windows 3 levels up. "I dare," Madara said, "and I will." They fought. Angrath was speed and rage incarnate, 6 arms striking from impossible angles, each blow capable of cleaving through a land raider. Madara's Susanoo parried, blocked, absorbed, but each impact drove him back, cracked the spectral armor, cost him chakra he couldn't afford to waste. "You cannot win, mortal," Angrath shrieked. "I have bathed in the blood of millions. I am eternal. So was I." Madara's Rinnegan blazed. "But eternity is just another word for too stubborn to learn." Amaterasu. Black flames erupted on Angrath's body. The demon prince howled, not in pain, but in fury. The flames burned, but demon princes were not easily destroyed. It would take time. Time Madara didn't have, because 3 more breaches had opened. Through the eastern wall came Plague Surgeon Septicus, champion of Nurgle. Not a demon prince, but a Chaos Space Marine from the Death Guard, a traitor legionnaire who had walked through 10,000 years of rot and emerged still fighting. His armor wept pus. His breath was toxic vapor. Where he stepped, life died, plants, withered metal, corroded flesh, necrotized. "The grandfather loves all his children?" Septicus wheezed, his voice a death rattle. "Even you, little psychers, let me show you his embrace." He hurled grenades, blight bombs that exploded into clouds of demonic plague. The psychers screamed as the vapors reached their circle. 3 fell immediately, clutching throat, skin turning black. Brother Matthias teleported into the cloud, his psychic wards blazing. "By the Emperor's light!" Silver fire erupted from him, burning away the plague, purifying the air. The fallen psychers gasped, alive but badly injured. Septicus laughed, a wet, bubbling sound. "Your Emperor cannot save them. Nothing can. Entropy claims all." Kalis appeared beside Matthias, firing his stormbolter in controlled bursts. Blessed rounds tore through Septicus's armor, but the plague surgeon simply laughed and returned fire with his blight launcher. Through the western breach, Kairos, mindbreaker sorcerer of Zench, not physically imposing a robed figure wreathed in warp fire, multiple eyes opening and closing across his body. But his power was immense. He didn't attack with weapons, he attacked with change. "All is dust," he intoned, voice echoing from multiple timelines simultaneously. "All is flux. Your precious order is illusion. Let me show you truth." He gestured and reality twisted. 3 psychers suddenly aged 50 years in 3 seconds, bodies withering, minds breaking. Another turned into a chaos-spawn, flesh melting, reforming into nightmare shapes, screaming with 100 mouths. Lyra felt the spell touch her network, felt Kairos trying to corrupt the connections, turn order into chaos, transform cooperation into cannibalism. No! She poured her will into the network's silver fire, blazing through every connection. "We choose who we are, not you." The network held, barely, but the strain was immense. Karen, monitoring from the observation deck, transmitted frantically, "Network coherence dropping, 30%, 25, recommend immediate—" "Hold!" Lyra screamed. "Everyone hold! Don't let him in! Don't let him change us!" They held, but holding meant they couldn't contribute power. The beacon flickered, dimmed, began to fail. Through the northern breach, the most insidious threat of all, High Deacon Severus, not possessed, not corrupted, simply faithful. Zealously, murderously faithful to his vision of the Imperium. He led 5,000 priests armed with autoguns, crude blades, and absolute conviction. Behind them marched redemptionist fanatic citizens who had been convinced this was holy work. "The heretic has corrupted the chosen," Severus shrieked from behind his human shield. "The Emperor commands their purification. Kill them all. Let the God Emperor sort the faithful from the damned." The mob surged forward. Madara's Susanoo was occupied with Angrath. Matthias and Caelus fought Septicus. The network was being mentally assaulted by Kairos. There was no one to stop 5,000 humans with guns and faith and fear. Except the Custodes. Shield Captain Valoris materialized at the mob's head, his guardian spear blazing with golden light. Behind him, 50 Custodes formed a wall of auramite and absolute loyalty. "The Emperor's will protects the heretic," Valoris said, voice cold as void. "You will not pass." "The Emperor's will has been corrupted," Severus shrieked. "These golden traitors—" "Another word," Valorous interrupted, "and I will interpret your presence as insurrection against the throne itself. Test me." The mob hesitated. Severus, realizing he'd overplayed his hand, fell back, but his eyes promised this isn't over. The Custodes held the line, barely, because they were few and the mob was many, and faith, even misguided faith, was a powerful weapon. Madara felt his chakra reserves dropping toward critical. Angrath wouldn't die, Amaterasu burned. Susanoo struck, but Demon Princes didn't fall easily. Every second drained him further. He needed to end this, fast. Chibaku Tensei, not one sphere, 5. 1 for each major threat, Angrath, Septicus, Kairos, and 2 for the warp breaches themselves. Gravitational singularities formed. Angrath howled as it was pulled upward, axes flailing uselessly. Septicus tried to anchor himself with rot hooks, but physics cared nothing for Nurgle's gifts. Even Kairos, who existed partially out of phase with reality, found himself drawn toward the sphere. The breaches began to close, reality reasserting itself, but the cost was catastrophic. Madara dropped Susanoo, fell to one knee, then both knees, his vision blurred, Rinnegan flickering. He'd pushed too far too fast, burned through reserves he needed for survival, and the mob was still coming. The Custodes couldn't hold forever. Septicus's plague had wounded 3 psychers. Kairos's transformation had killed one and spawned another. The network was at 40% and dropping. They were losing. Lyra felt it through the network, Madara's exhaustion, the champion's fury, her people's terror. Felt the system she'd worked so hard to maintain beginning to crumble, and made a choice. "Everyone," she shouted, "feed me everything full capacity now." "Lyra, you'll burn out," Davin began. "Do it." 71 Psychers too were down, poured their full power into the network. Not 50%, 100%, everything they had. The network blazed like a star. Lyra stood at its center, silver fire consuming her channeling power that should have killed her instantly. Her body lifted off the ground, hair, floating eyes, burning with light that transcended human. And she pushed. Not with weapons, not with violence, with pure, concentrated order. The effect was immediate. Kairos Mindbreaker shrieked as his corruption was burned away. The Chaos Spawn, formerly a Psyker, reverted partially enough to be recognizable, alive, screaming but human again. Septicus's plague evaporated. The 3 wounded Psychers gasped as rot was purged from their bodies at the cellular level. Even Angrath, trapped in a gravitational sphere, felt it order imposed on chaos structure forced upon entropy. Its brass armor cracked, its axes dulled, it began to fade. Impossible. The Demon Prince roared. Mortals cannot. Lyra's voice echoed, amplified by the network. We are not mortals anymore. We are something you never expected. We are together. The network pulsed, once, twice, 3 times, and the champions were banished. Angrath, ripped from reality, sent screaming back to the warp. Septicus dissolving into vapor. Kairos pulled across dimensions he couldn't navigate. The breaches sealed not by individual power but by collective will. Silence fell. Then Lyra collapsed. Madara, despite his own exhaustion, caught her with telekinesis before she hit the ground, lowered her gently. She was breathing, but barely. Her silver hair had turned white. Her skin was translucent. She'd burned through her entire life force and survived only because the network had shared the burden at the last moment. You idiot, Madara whispered. You brilliant, brave idiot. Her eyes fluttered open. Did we win? Yes. Good. She smiled, then passed out. Around them, the Psychers released the network and collapsed en masse, not dead, but spent, completely, utterly spent. Karen's voice crackled across the Vox network output at moment of banishment, 217% of baseline, duration 17 seconds, casualties 0 deaths, 4 severe injuries, 1 transformation partially reversed, status miraculous. Kalis approached Madara, armor scorched, breathing hard. That was insufficient, Madara said, pulling himself to his feet despite every cell screaming for rest. We survived, but barely. And tomorrow? He looked at the unconscious Psychers, at the shattered hall, at the scorch marks where reality had torn. Tomorrow the Emperor judges whether this was worth it. Was it? Kalis asked quietly. Madara looked at Lyra, this girl who'd been scheduled to die 6 days ago, who'd become a leader, who'd just banished demon princes through sheer force of cooperative will. Ask me tomorrow, he said, when we see if she wakes up. That night in the medical bay, where 71 Psychers recovered, Madara sat beside Lyra's bed and waited. Inquisitor Voss found him there hours after the battle. The Ecclesiarchy is demanding your execution, she said without preamble. They claim you orchestrated the attack, that you brought demons to Terra to prove your network necessary. Did I? Of course not. The warp breaches came from outside. Chaos wanted to stop you. She sat in the chair opposite. But that won't stop them from claiming otherwise. Will you protect me? I don't know. Voss looked at Lyra's pale form. Can she survive this? Can any of them? They shouldn't have. Pushing to 100% should have killed them all, but the network distributed the strain, shared it. That's why they lived. And if you'd built this network a week ago before you had time to train them, they would have died. Yes, this only works because they chose it, because they understand it, because they trust each other and me. Madara closed his eyes. There are no shortcuts to this kind of cooperation. It has to be earned. Voss was quiet for a long time. Then, the Emperor summons you. Tomorrow at dawn, you will demonstrate the network before him one final time. He will judge. And if he judges against us, then you leave Terra, and we burn this hall to ash, kill these Psychers before they become a threat, and pretend this never happened. She stood. So you'd better hope she wakes up, because if your proof of concept is a comatose girl and 70 unconscious bodies you've already lost. She left. Madara sat alone in the dark, listening to monitors beep to psychers breathe to the distant prayers of a species that had forgotten how to hope for anything but death, and waited for dawn. In the warp, the Chaos Gods raged, their champions banished, their corruption purged, their assault repelled by mortals. Khorne bellowed fury that shook planets. They deny me blood. They fight without slaughter. This is blasphemy against war itself. Nurgle wept toxic tears. They reverse entropy. They purge corruption. They choose life over acceptance. How? Tzeentch calculated probabilities that kept coming up impossible. They should have failed. The mathematics demanded it, yet they prevail through cooperation illogical. Slaanesh screamed in frustrated desire. They sacrifice nothing, gain everything. Where's the cost? Where's the suffering? This violates the fundamental laws of power. For the first time in eternity, the Chaos Gods faced something they couldn't understand: people choosing each other over power. Mortals who didn't burn out because they didn't burn alone. It was an obscenity against everything they represented, and they had one day left to stop it. Lyra woke at midnight. Madara, who hadn't slept, noticed immediately. Easy, don't try to sit up. Did we? Her voice was hoarse. The champions, banished, all of them. You did it. We did it. She managed a weak smile. How many died? 0. She closed her eyes, tears leaking out. 0, we saved everyone. You saved everyone, when I couldn't. No. She gripped his hand with strength she shouldn't have had. You taught us how. You showed us we could. You gave us the choice. Her white hair, formerly silver, spread across the pillow like frost. Tomorrow you show the Emperor what we've become, what we chose. What if he says no? What if he decides the Imperium isn't ready? Lyra's smile was sad. Then at least we proved it was possible. And maybe someday someone else will remember. We'll try again. We'll choose life over death. She fell back asleep. Madara sat with her until dawn approached. In 12 hours, he would stand before the Emperor of mankind and argue for a future the Imperium had never imagined. A future where people didn't have to die to be useful. A future where cooperation wasn't heresy. A future where hope wasn't weakness. And if he failed, 71 people who'd chosen to trust him would be executed as abominations. No pressure. Day 7 of 7, dawn arrived like a judge's gavel striking marble. The Golden Throne Chamber had been prepared for what the Imperium was calling the Reckoning, though no official records would ever acknowledge this gathering. 100 High Lords, 50 Inquisitors, the entire Custodian Guard, representatives from every major faction of the Adeptus Terra. And at the chamber's heart upon his throne of gold and lies, the Emperor of mankind waited in silence. They had come to witness history, or heresy, depending on who survived. Madara walked through the adamantium doors, flanked by an honor guard that was half protection, half imprisonment. To his right, Brother Captain Kalis and 5 Grey Knights, their armor bearing new scars from yesterday's battle. To his left, Magos Dominus Charon, his 17 eyes recording everything mechadendrites twitching with barely contained excitement. And behind him, supported by medici servitors and sheer stubborn will, walked 71 psychers. They had dressed in simple white robes, neither prison garb nor ceremonial vestments, but something in between. A statement. Lyra led them, her white hair braided with silver thread, walking despite exhaustion that should have left her bedridden for weeks. Davin followed, his 3 eyes focused and clear. The old man who had questioned everything moved with quiet dignity. The woman who glowed faintly now blazed with inner light that had nothing to do with mutation and everything to do with purpose. They were not prisoners anymore. They were not fuel awaiting consumption. They were something the Imperium had not seen in 10,000 years, psychers who had chosen their fate and survived it. The gallery erupted in whispers as they entered. Shock, outrage, fear. These psychers should have been consumed days ago. Their very presence was an accusation against the system that had condemned them. High Deacon Severus, who had somehow avoided arrest despite leading yesterday's mob, stood among the ecclesiarchy delegation, his scarred face twisted with barely suppressed rage. Abominations walk freely in the Emperor's presence. This is sacrilege. Inquisitor Voss, standing at the tactical rail, didn't even look at him. They walk at the Emperor's sufferance, question his judgment again, and I will have you removed, permanently. Severus fell silent, but his eyes promised retribution. Shield Captain Valoris stood at the throne's base, guardian spear held across his chest. His expression was unreadable behind his helm, but his posture spoke volumes. He would follow the Emperor's will, even if it damned him. The chamber doors sealed, the last witnesses filed in. And then, like the drawing of a blade, every sound ceased. The Emperor's psychic presence expanded, filling the chamber with pressure that made mortal minds scream. Even through Madara's natural resistance, even through the Grey Knight's wards, it was overwhelming. Several High Lords fell to their knees, an Inquisitor began bleeding from his nose. And then he spoke not with voice, but with thought projected into every mind simultaneously. 7 days I granted you. 7 days to prove an alternative to 10,000 years of sacrifice. What have you accomplished? Madara stepped forward at his Rinnegan blazing purple in the golden light. I have shown that power need not consume, that people can contribute without being destroyed, that the burden you bear alone can be shared by many. He gestured at the psychers behind him. These 71 souls were scheduled for the Golden Throne, to die screaming their essence burned as fuel. Instead, they stand before you, alive, trained, capable of generating sustainable psychic energy through methods that do not touch the warp. Words, a voice called out. Not the Emperor's, but High Lord Militant Kruger's. Promises from a Xenos who has infiltrated the holiest site in the Imperium. Where is proof? Where is demonstration? Madara's smile was cold. You want demonstration very well. He turned to Lyra. Are you ready? She met his gaze, and despite her exhaustion, despite the white hair that marked how close she'd come to burning out, she stood straight. We're ready. The psychers moved into formation, not the training hall's careful geometry, but a simpler arrangement. A circle around Madara, each person's hand extended toward the center, toward him, toward trust. Madara closed his eyes and opened the network. The connection formed instantly, 71 threads of consciousness reaching toward him, through him into a web of shared purpose. He felt each presence distinctly, Lyra's silver fire diminished from yesterday but still burning bright. We trust you. Davin's deep water no longer uncertain but flowing with confidence. We choose this. The old man's steady earth foundations that had held through decades of suffering. We believe. One by one, they poured their chakra into the network, not all of it, not even half, just 10%, just enough. The collective began to hum. Network establishing. Karen's vocalizer transmitted across all channels. Coherence 98%, stability optimal, individual strain minimal. The light began to manifest, not the explosive surge of yesterday's desperate gambit, but steady, sustainable illumination. Purple-red radiance filled the chamber, flowing through the connections like blood through veins, like electricity through circuits, like life through a body that had been dead and was learning to breathe again. The effect on the warp was immediate. In a sealed observation chamber, Navigator Octavia entered her trance and gasped. The Imperium spread before her inner vision chaos and madness and the eternal screaming of broken space. The Astronomicon burned golden as always, fed by 1,000 dying psychers every day. But now beside it, something else had appeared. A second beacon. Smaller, yes, perhaps a quarter the Astronomicon's size, but clear, sharp, stable. A lighthouse built not on sacrifice but on cooperation. And where the Astronomicon's light flickered with the pain of souls consumed, this new beacon simply existed. Steady as a heartbeat, pure pure as mathematics, uncorrupted because it did not touch the warp to generate power, only to project it. I see both. Octavia transmitted her voice carrying wonder. The Emperor's light and theirs. A ship's navigator could use either, could use both. By the throne, they've actually done it. In the chamber, the demonstration continued. Madara maintained the network with casual ease, nothing like yesterday's desperate strain. He wasn't pushing the Psychers to their limits. He was simply coordinating their voluntary contributions, channeling collective power into a single focused beam. 20% capacity, he called out. The light intensified. No one faltered. 30%. Brighter still. The chamber's shadows retreated to the corners. 40%. Now matching his solo output from the first test. But the Psychers showed no signs of exhaustion. Because 71 people sharing 40% of their capacity meant each contributed less than 1%. Sustainable. Indefinite. High Lord Kruger's voice cracked slightly. How long can they maintain this? Madara opened his eyes. Rinnegan blazing through the purple-red light. How long do you need? An hour, a day, a week. This is not a burst of power that consumes its source. This is a system, and systems properly designed can run indefinitely. Heresy, Severus shrieked from the gallery. He creates false idols. He makes them worship power instead of the Emperor. Lyra's voice rang out, amplified by the network's resonance. We worship nothing, we choose. For the first time in our lives, we choose. Her silver fire blazed through the connections, and every Psyker in the circle felt it, the difference between slavery and service, between consumption and contribution. They had been told their entire lives that their only value was death. Now, they stood in the Emperor's presence, alive, useful, chosen. We are not fuel. Davin said, his 3 eyes wet with tears. We are people. The old man's voice was steady. We do not burn for the Emperor. We burn with each other, and that makes all the difference. Silence fell across the chamber. Even Severus, confronted with the raw honesty of those who had been scheduled to die, found no words. The Emperor's presence shifted, not diminishing but focusing. All of his attention, all of his vast consciousness turned toward the network. Madara felt the scrutiny like a weight, like divine judgment made manifest. And then he spoke, and his words carried something they had not held in 10,000 years. Uncertainty. I have watched humanity for 30,000 years. I have guided it, protected it, shaped it, and in all that time I believed one truth above all others. The golden light of the throne pulsed, that only I was strong enough, wise enough, capable enough, that only I could bear the burden of humanity's survival. His psychic presence expanded, pressing down on everyone except Madara and the Psychers, who were protected by the network's shield. You stand before me, 71 souls who should have died, who I would have consumed without hesitation, without mercy, because I believed their sacrifice was necessary. But you have shown me something I had forgotten, something I perhaps never truly knew. The pressure eased slightly. That strength multiplied is greater than strength concentrated, that 71 people choosing cooperation achieve what one God cannot, that the answer to who is strong enough might not be one person, but all of us. The chamber held its breath. I have erred. 3 words, but they shattered the foundations of the Imperium. A god admitting mistake, a savior acknowledging failure, the master of mankind who had built an empire on the certainty of his righteousness, speaking doubt aloud. High lords began shouting, ecclesiarchs screamed denials. Several inquisitors fell to their knees, their faith cracking like glass under pressure. Even the custodes shifted barely perceptible movements that spoke to inner turmoil. But Voss stepped forward, her voice cutting through the chaos. Silence, the Emperor speaks. I have erred, he repeated, and this time his voice was somehow quieter, more human. Not in my purpose, not in my desire to protect humanity, but in my method. I sought to save them by controlling them, to guide them by removing choice, to protect them by making them dependent on me. And in doing so, I created an empire that cannot survive without my suffering, a species that has forgotten how to stand alone. Madara released the network and the light faded. The Psykers remained standing, tired but unbroken, proof made manifest. "You see it now," Madara said quietly. "What I saw too late in my own world, that the strongest chains are the ones we forge from love. That the cruelest prisons are built by those who believe they're protecting us." He took a step closer to the throne. "You sit here for 10,000 years, fed by 1,000 souls daily, maintaining a light that guides humanity through darkness. And you call it duty. But it's also a cage, for you and for them. Because as long as you sit there, they never learn to light their own way." Yes. The admission was like a world ending and being reborn in the same breath. "Then what do you propose that I release my grip? Let the Astronomicon fail, watch billions die, in the name of learning to stand alone." "No," Madara said. "I propose transition, not immediate, not reckless, but deliberate." He gestured at the Psykers. "Start with 100, then 1,000, then 10,000. Build networks across every segmentum, train Psykers in these techniques, create redundant systems, and slowly, over decades, over centuries if necessary, shift the burden from you to them. And if they fail, then you're still here, still holding the Astronomicon, still protecting them." Madara's voice softened. "But if they succeed, if humanity learns it can survive without a god chained to a throne, then maybe finally you can rest." The silence that followed was profound. Then Valorous spoke, his voice carrying across the chamber. "The God Emperor would trust his species to creatures that could not hold a network for an hour without his guidance." Madara turned to face the shield captain. "Yesterday, these creatures held a network under demon assault for 47 minutes. Then, when Champions of Chaos itself attacked one of them, pushed output to over 200% and banished demon princes through sheer force of cooperative will. Not because I commanded it, because she chose it." He pointed at Lyra. "This woman was scheduled to die 6 days ago, burned as fuel because your Imperium saw her as defective. Now she leads 70 people in achieving what your golden throne requires 1,000 daily sacrifices to accomplish. And you ask if I trust them?" He looked directly at the Emperor. "The question isn't whether I trust them, it's whether you do." The Emperor's presence withdrew into himself, not vanishing, but contemplating. The gallery waited, barely breathing. This was the moment, the judgment, the decision that would define the next 10,000 years. Minutes passed, then an hour, the Emperor processing, calculating, weighing 10 millennia of conviction against 7 days of proof. Finally he spoke. "I will permit this, but with conditions." Hope and dread warred across the chamber in equal measure. First entity designated, Madara will remain on Terra for 1 year, to train others in his techniques, to establish protocols, to ensure stability. Only then will he be free to depart. Madara nodded slowly. 1 year. Longer than he'd hoped, but acceptable. Second, the network Psykers will operate under joint oversight, Inquisition, Mechanicus, Custodes, and myself through psychic link. No single faction controls them. No single voice commands them. They serve humanity, not masters. Voss and Karen exchanged glances. Complicated, but workable. Third failure reverts all. If the networks prove unstable, if corruption manifests, if sacrifice exceeds current methods, we return to the old ways. This is experiment, not revolution. Understood, Madara said. Fourth, you will teach not just technique, but philosophy. The Mechanicus will study your power's mechanics, but you will ensure they understand its ethics. Cooperation is not technology to be weaponized. It is a choice to be respected. Charon's mechadendrites twitched, but he vocalized agreement. And finally, the Emperor's presence focused entirely on Madara. When your year is complete, you will leave. You will not return. Humanity's path forward is theirs to walk, not yours, not mine, theirs. I can show them the door. You can teach them to open it, but they must walk through it alone. Agreed. Madara met the dying god's gaze, the corpse who had just admitted error, the emperor who had just chosen trust over control, the father who was finally letting his children grow. Agreed, Madara said. The emperor's presence shifted one final time, and for the first time in 10,000 years, something like relief touched it. Then let it be recorded. On this day, the Imperium of man takes its first step toward a future where gods are not required, where humanity stands not by command but by choice. Let no one forget the greatest strength is not power held by one, but trust shared by many. The chamber erupted. Half the gallery was shouting approval Voss, most of the inquisitors the progressive high lords who had long questioned the current system. A quarter was screaming heresy Severus and the ecclesiarchy hardliners, some of the older custodes, those whose entire identity was built on the emperor's divinity. And the final quarter stood in stunned silence, trying to process that their god had just admitted he was wrong. But the loudest sound came from behind Madara. 71 psychers weeping, cheering, embracing, alive when they should have been dead, chosen when they should have been consumed, finally acknowledged as human. Lyra fell to her knees, silver fire blazing around her, and whispered words that carried through the entire chamber. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Madara knelt beside her, placed a hand on her white hair. You did this. Not me. I only showed you the door. You walked through it. She looked up at him, tears streaming. What happens now? Now. He smiled slightly. Now you teach others. Now you build something that lasts beyond me, beyond the Emperor, beyond any single point of failure. Now you prove that humanity can save itself. Can we? I don't know, he admitted. But for the first time in 10,000 years, you have the chance to find out. The formal declaration took 3 more hours: legal frameworks, oversight committees, resource allocation. The Mechanicus immediately began negotiations for training facilities. The Inquisition established monitoring protocols. The Custodes reluctantly accepted their new role as protectors, not jailers. And through it all, Madara watched as the machinery of the Imperium, slow, bureaucratic, resistant to change, began the painful process of adapting to hope. As the chamber finally emptied, Madara found himself alone with Kalos. The Grey Knight captain had been silent throughout the proceedings, his expression unreadable. You broke my faith, Kalos said finally. 7 days ago, I knew with absolute certainty what was right, what the Emperor wanted, what I was. Now, he looked at his hands as if seeing them for the first time. Now I don't know anything, except that 71 people who should have died are alive, and that matters more than my certainty. That's not faith-breaking, Madara said. That's faith evolving. You still serve the Emperor. You just understand him better now as someone fallible, human, worthy of loyalty not because he's perfect, but because he admits error and tries to do better. Kalos was quiet for a long moment. Will they be safe, the Psychers? Not all of them. Some will fail. Some will die despite our best efforts. This isn't a perfect solution, just a better one. Madara turned to face the Grey Knight. But they'll die having chosen their path, and that's something your Imperium never offered them before. Is it enough? Ask me in a year, when I'm standing on a ship leaving Terra, watching a species try to learn what I never could. He smiled slightly. Ask them in a century when the first generation trained in these methods reaches old age, still alive. Kalos extended his hand, not a gesture of submission, but of respect between equals. Then I hope we meet again, Madara Uchiha, under better circumstances. Madara shook it. We won't. Part of the agreement is I never return. This is humanity's story now. I'm just the one who showed up at the right time and refused to let them burn quietly. He walked toward the exit where Lyra and the other Psychers waited to begin their new lives. Behind him, the golden throne hummed its eternal song. The emperor sat in his prison of duty and hope, still dying, still suffering, but now, for the first time in 10,000 years, with a plan that didn't require him to do it alone forever. The Astronomicon burned golden, and beside it, invisible to mortal eyes but clear in the warp, a second light was beginning to grow. Purple-red, steady, pure. The light of people who had chosen each other over certainty, and in the darkness between stars that light would guide ships home. Months, 112. Month, 1 foundations. The Scholam Psychana. Novus rose from the ruins of what had been an execution ground, where once pyres burned psychers for the crime of existence now. Training halls stretched toward Terra's poison skis. Karen had overseen construction with typical Mechanicus efficiency, 72 hours from imperial decree to functional facility, prefabricated modules blessed by grudging ecclesiarchs monitored by servo skulls from 3 different agencies. Madara stood at the Scholam's center courtyard, watching the first class arrive. 200 psychers. Younger than his first group, the Imperium had decided to start with those who hadn't yet been scheduled for the throne. Children mostly. Teenagers whose powers had just manifested. Adults whose mutations had been caught early. They came in chains. "Old habits die hard," Inquisitor Voss said, appearing beside him. She'd been assigned as primary inquisitorial liaison, a role she claimed to hate, but pursued with meticulous dedication. "Will you remove them?" Madara asked, not taking his eyes off the arriving prisoners. "Eventually, when the Arbites are convinced they won't bolt. When the ecclesiarchy stops demanding they be burned. When—" She paused. "When we prove this isn't a mistake." Madara's Rinnegan tracked each face: terror, resignation, confused hope. So much like his first group, so much like every child soldier he'd sent to die in the Warring States period. "It won't be a mistake," he said quietly, "but it will be difficult." The chains were removed 3 days later after the first successful network formation without a single psyker attempting escape or violence. The Arbites had been shocked. Madara had not. People who are treated like people tend to act like people. Revolutionary concept. Lyra had become his primary assistant, the first graduate of his methods, now teaching others. Her white hair had become a symbol proof that you could push to your limits and survive. That sacrifice didn't require death. She stood before the new students in the main hall, silver thread woven through her braids, voice steady. 6 weeks ago, I was scheduled to die, to burn as fuel for a god who never asked if I wanted to. Today, I teach you how to live, how to contribute without being consumed, how to choose your fate instead of having it chosen for you. A girl near the front, no older than 12, with eyes that glowed faintly blue, raised her hand. "They say you fought demons, that you banished demon princes." "We did," Lyra confirmed. 71 of us working together, not because we were forced to, because we chose to. "Can you teach us to do that?" Lyra smiled. "That's exactly what we're here for." The training began simply. Meditation, breathing, physical awareness. The same fundamentals Madara had taught his first group, now systematized into curriculum by Karen's analysis. Chakra generation follows biological patterns. Karen explained to a class of 200, his vocalizer broadcasting across the hall, while servo skulls recorded everything. Cellular energy conversion plus consciousness direction equals measurable output. Mechanicus has designated this biopsychic synthesis inefficient term, but adequate. He pulled up a hololithic display showing energy pathways through a human body. Traditional psyker draws power from warp, external, unstable, corruptible. Entity 998's method generates power internally stable, reproducible, chaos-resistant. Imperium's standard doctrine required revision. We are revising. The admission cost him. Madara could see it in the minute fluctuations of Karen's optical lenses. The Mechanicus didn't revise doctrine lightly, but they revised it for results, and the results were undeniable. By month's end, 43% of the new students had achieved basic chakra manipulation. Slower than his first group, but that group had been desperate and facing imminent death. These students had hope. Hope made them careful. Careful was slower, but more stable. Madara walked through the training halls at night when most students slept, but some practiced alone or in small groups, generating small flames of colored light, learning to feel power that was truly theirs. A young man sat in meditation, barely 16, with skin that shimmered like oil on water. He opened his eyes as Madara approached. "I can feel it," he said, wonder in his voice. "The energy. It's warm, not burning, not consuming, just warm." "That's life," Madara said. "The energy of being alive. Psychers have always had it. You were just never taught to recognize it as separate from the warp." "Why not? Why didn't the Imperium teach us this?" Madara considered lying, softening it. "But these people deserve truth. Because the Imperium needs fuel, and fuel doesn't need to understand what it burns for. You are more useful dead than empowered." He placed a hand on the young man's shoulder. "But that's changing. Slowly. Because you're choosing to make it change." The boy, his name was Tarek, returned to meditation, but Madara saw the determination in his posture, saw the moment someone stopped being a victim and became a participant in their own story. "This is what I never gave my own people. The choice to be more than tools." Month 3. Resistance. The first major attack came not from chaos, but from within. A coordinated strike by redemptionist fanatics cult members who believed the Emperor's suffering was holy and any attempt to ease it was damnation. They had smuggled themselves into the Sholam's lower levels, disguised as maintenance servitors. 20 cultists, armed with autoguns and holy fire, screaming prayers as they opened fire on a class of 50 young psychers. The response was immediate and devastating. Lyra's network, practiced now to near instinct, snapped into formation in under 3 seconds. 50 psychers, children and teenagers, barely trained, formed a defensive barrier of pure psychic force. Not warp-based, chakra solidified, reality made tangible through collective will. The bullets stopped, hung in midair, fell harmlessly to the ground. Kalis and his Grey Knights arrived 30 seconds later to find the cultists on their knees weeping, trapped in a genjutsu that showed them the faces of every psyker they'd tried to kill, not as monsters, as children, as people. "We didn't mean," one cultist stammered. "They're supposed to be abominations." "They're students," Kalis said coldly, binding them in consecrated chains. "And you just attacked children under Imperial protection. You'll answer to the Inquisition." Madara arrived last, having felt the disturbance through his permanent connection to the primary network. He found Lyra at the center of the defensive formation, silver fire still blazing in her eyes, breathing hard but standing firm. "Everyone all right?" he asked. "Tarek took a graze," she reported. "Minor. Medici are treating him, everyone else unharmed. The network held." "Good. Release it now." "Carefully." The barrier dissolved. The cultists were led away. The students stood in shocked silence, processing what had just happened. They had been attacked, they had defended themselves, and they had done it without killing anyone. "That," Madara addressed them, "is the difference between power and control. Power says, I can destroy you. Control says, I don't have to." He gestured at the fallen bullets. "You were seconds away from death. You could have lashed out, burned them, killed them all. Instead, you protected yourselves and subdued them. That's not weakness. That's strength." A girl near the back, her skin covered in crystalline growth, spoke up. "They wanted to kill us. Don't they deserve?" "Deserve." Madara's voice was sharp. "I once believed people deserved what I decided they deserved, that I could judge who lived and died based on my vision of justice." He looked at each of them. "I was wrong. And that wrongness killed millions. Don't make my mistakes." The girl lowered her eyes, but she was thinking. They all were. That night, Inquisitor Voss filed a report with the High Lords. One paragraph stood out. Psychers under Madara's instruction demonstrated defensive protocols exceeding standard, sanctioned psycher response. 0 casualties, 0 corruption, minimal collateral damage. Recommend expanded training programs across segmentum. The High Lords read it. Some approved, others raged. but the numbers spoke for themselves. The Skolam was working. Month 5. Expansion. The second facility opened on Mars. The Mechanicus had been watching, recording, analyzing, and they'd reached a conclusion that would have been heresy 6 months ago. Madara's methods could be systematized, taught, replicated. Karen led the Martian project personally, a converted manufactorum redesigned to train psychers in chakra techniques, while Mechanicus janitors studied the biological mechanisms. Understanding breeds optimization. Karen transmitted to Madara via encrypted noospheric link. If chakra generation follows biological patterns, biological enhancement should increase output. Request permission to begin augmentation trials. Denied, Madara replied immediately. This isn't technology to be optimized. It's people learning to live with themselves. But efficiency gains are irrelevant if they cost humanity. The whole point is that these psychers remain human. Augmentation risks losing that. Silence on the link. Then, acknowledged. Mechanicus adjusts approach. We'll focus on training methodology optimization instead of biological modification. It was a compromise. Karen wanted to study the power. Madara wanted to preserve the people. They met in the middle, improved the teaching without changing the students. The Martian facility graduated its first class in month 7. 60 psychers trained by tech priests under Lyra's supervision successfully formed networks without a single corruption incident. The Fabricator General of Mars issued a statement that rippled through the Mechanicus. The Omniscia's knowledge is vast, but even the machine god's faithful must acknowledge when new understanding emerges. This cooperation may represent previously undiscovered principles of bioelectric harmony, worthy of study, worthy of implementation. Translation: Mars officially supported the program. With Mechanicus backing, 3 more facilities opened across the segmentum solar: Luna, Titan, Ganymede. Each one training psychers in techniques that 6 months ago would have been declared heretical. By month 8, over 1,000 psychers had been trained in chakra manipulation. By month 9, the first permanent networks were established, groups of 50 to 100 psychers, maintaining sustained beacons in synchronization with the Astronomicon. The Imperium's navigators began reporting something unprecedented. They could choose which beacon to follow. The Astronomicon for stability and power. The chakra networks for clarity and corruption resistance. It wasn't replacement yet, but it was redundancy. And in a galaxy where the loss of the Astronomicon meant humanity's extinction, redundancy was salvation. Month 7. The price of progress. Not everyone survived. Adept Corin, 23 years old, had been one of the most promising students. Natural talent, quick to learn, generous in spirit, always helping others master techniques he'd grasped immediately. During an advanced synchronization exercise, his connection to the network destabilized, not from external attack, not from corruption, just failure. A feedback loop his instructors couldn't break fast enough. He burned out in 17 seconds. They found his body still in meditation pose, chakra pathways charred beyond recognition, eyes open and empty. He hadn't suffered. The overload had destroyed his nervous system too quickly for pain. That didn't make it better. Madara ordered the entire Skolam into assembly. All 200 students, all instructors, everyone who had known Corin. His name was Adept Corin, Madara said, standing before the gathered psychers with the boy's body laid out in honor. He was 23. He liked poetry, especially the old Terran verses. He was kind, he was brave, and he died because I'm teaching you something dangerous. Silence. Absolute silence. I told you this system was safer than the Golden Throne, and it is statistically demonstrably safer. But it is not perfectly safe. It cannot be. Power always carries risk, and I will not lie to you about that. He looked at each face. Corin chose to be here, chose to train, chose to push himself in service of something he believed in, and that choice cost him his life. If any of you wish to leave, wish to go back to the old way where your fate is decided by others, I will not stop you. No shame, no judgment, just choice. No one moved. Lyra stepped forward. We've all been scheduled to die, all of us in this room. The difference is Kreen died trying to be something more, died choosing his path. That matters. Tarek joined her. He taught me how to stabilize my second chakra gate.